Hello everyone, I'm Thomas, and I'm here to help you unwind and drift off tonight. I know many of you use this video to fall asleep, so before you get too cozy, don't forget to like the video and subscribe to the channel. Also, let me know in the comments, where are you from and what time is it as you're watching this? Now, settle in, get comfortable, and let yourself relax. The vanishing. I used to think time was like a river, always flowing forward, never looking back. Now I know better. Time is more like a noose, and with each loop, it tightens around reality itself, strangling away pieces of existence one by one. It started subtly enough. That Tuesday morning, I noticed the same red Volkswagen Beetle pass by my house 3 times in 10 minutes. At first, I dismissed it as coincidence. Maybe the driver was lost or looking for an address. But then I saw the license plate. Loop 247. The same plate, same slight dent on the rear bumper, same elderly woman with pearl earrings behind the wheel. I remember standing at my kitchen window, coffee growing cold in my hands, watching that car make its 4th pass. That's when I saw the bird, a cardinal with unusual white patches on its wings. It landed on my windowsill, tilted its head at me, and flew away. 2 minutes later, the exact same bird landed in the exact same spot, performed the identical head tilt, and flew off again. My phone buzzed. A text from my sister Sarah. Don't forget Mom's birthday dinner tonight. I checked the date, Tuesday, March 12th. Nothing seemed amiss yet, except for that nagging feeling in the pit of my stomach. Like the moment before you realize you've made a terrible mistake. I went to work, trying to shake off the morning's oddities. My colleague Tom greeted me with his usual, "Another day in paradise, eh, James?" He always said that, but today it felt different, rehearsed, predestined. I sat at my desk, opened my laptop, and found myself staring at yesterday's work. All of it. Every spreadsheet, every email, exactly as it had been. That's when the first real chill ran down my spine. I distinctly remembered completing 3 major reports the day before. Yet here they were, unfinished. My sent folder showed no trace of the emails I'd written. The calendar meeting notifications I'd cleared were back, blinking insistently. I called Sarah. "Hey, what's up?" She answered exactly as she always did. "Sarah, this is going to sound crazy, but is today Tuesday?" "Yeah, March 12th. Don't forget Mom's birthday dinner tonight." The exact same words from her text. I hung up, hands shaking. Throughout the day, everything played out as a perfect replica of the previous day. Tom's coffee spill at 10:43 a.m. Janet from accounting's announcement about her daughter's acceptance to Yale at lunch. The fire alarm test at 2:15 p.m. Even the pattern of clouds outside my office window seemed familiar. That night at Mom's birthday dinner, I tried to warn them. "Something's wrong with time," I said, as Mom cut into her chocolate cake, the same cake I remembered her cutting into yesterday. "Everything's repeating." They laughed it off. Sarah patted my hand and said I was working too hard. Mom reminded me I'd always had an overactive imagination, just like when you were little. Dad didn't say anything. Just gave me that concerned look he reserves for when he thinks I'm about to have one of my episodes, like during my breakdown in college. I went to bed that night praying I was wrong, that I was just having some sort of psychological fugue state. But when I woke up, it was Tuesday again. March 12th, the red Volkswagen, the Cardinal, Tom's another day in paradise. But something was different this time. Something was missing. It took me until Mom's birthday dinner to realize what it was. Janet from accounting. Not only was she not there to announce her daughter's Yale acceptance, No one remembered her ever existing. Her desk was occupied by someone else, her family photos replaced by generic office art. When I mentioned her name, my colleagues looked at me with blank expressions. That's when true terror set in. This wasn't just a time loop, it was an erasure of reality itself. The next Tuesday, Tom disappeared. Then Sarah's husband, Mike. Then the barista at my local coffee shop. With each reset, another person vanished from existence, leaving behind nothing but void spaces in photos and blank spots in memories. The world kept readjusting itself around these absences, like a wound healing over with scar tissue. I started keeping track in a notebook, writing down names, relationships, details about each person before they disappeared. But even that proved futile. The notebook reset with each loop, my frantic scribblings erased along with everything else. By the 10th loop, entire families had vanished. The Hendersons next door? Gone. The Chen family from my gym? Erased. My best friend from high school and his entire lineage? Never existed. The world grew quieter, emptier, yet nobody seemed to notice except me. I tried everything to break the cycle. I drove out of town, only to wake up in my bed on Tuesday morning. I tried staying awake for the entire 24 hours, only to blink and find myself back at the start. I even attempted darker solutions, but death itself proved temporary in this eternal Tuesday. The most maddening part was watching the world reconstruct itself around each absence. When my neighbor disappeared, his house transformed into a park that had always been there. When my first girlfriend vanished, my high school yearbook showed no trace of her, and all my friends had different memories of who I'd dated. Reality was like a self-healing membrane, closing over its wounds and leaving no scars. Only I remembered the truth, and with each loop, that truth became harder to bear. Sarah was the first of my family to go. One Tuesday, I called her number and got a message saying it had been disconnected. Mom and Dad had only one child now, had always had only one child. The family photos in their house showed just me. The spaces where Sarah had been filled with wallpaper or furniture or nothing at all. I screamed at them to remember her, showed them old emails that still existed in my phone from previous loops. But they looked at me with that same concern they'd shown when I had my breakdown in college. Dad suggested I see Dr. Matthews again, but Dr. Matthews had disappeared 3 loops ago. Mom went next. The birthday dinner became a quiet affair with just me and Dad, who couldn't understand why I was so insistent on chocolate cake when he'd always been allergic to chocolate. The wedding ring on his finger vanished along with her, replaced by the smooth skin of someone who had never married. Then Dad. The house I grew up in became an empty lot that had never been developed. My childhood memories began to feel like dreams, insubstantial and fading. The world grew smaller, emptier, lonelier. But it wasn't just people disappearing. It was all evidence of humanity itself. Buildings began to vanish, replaced by empty fields that had always been there. Roads turned to dirt paths that turned to wilderness. The red Volkswagen that had first caught my attention became a horse-drawn carriage, then a lone deer crossing the street, then nothing at all. Technology started to regress. My smartphone became a flip phone, then a landline, then disappeared entirely. The internet ceased to exist, then electricity, then the Industrial Revolution itself. Each loop stripped away another layer of human progress, another piece of our collective history. I watched as the world unknit itself, person by person, invention by invention, memory by memory. The universe was cleaning house, and humanity was the stain it was trying to remove. In recent loops, I've started to notice something even more disturbing. When I look in mirrors, my reflection seems less substantial, as if I'm beginning to fade. My fingerprints are becoming smoother, my footprints in the mud shallower. Sometimes when I speak, my voice sounds distant, like it's coming from somewhere else. I know what this means. I can feel it in the growing hollowness of my bones, in the way light seems to pass through me in certain angles. Soon, very soon, I will be the last one to disappear. But here's the true horror, the revelation that keeps me awake during these endless Tuesdays. I don't think I'm trapped in a time loop at all. I think time is operating exactly as it should. This is entropy on a cosmic scale, the universe's immune system identifying and eliminating a viral infection called humanity. We were never meant to exist. We're a mistake, a glitch in the matrix of reality, and now that glitch is being corrected. The loop isn't a malfunction, it's a quarantine procedure, isolating the infection before systematically erasing it from existence. And I'm not the protagonist of this story, I'm patient zero. Somehow I became aware of the correction process, and that awareness has made me the focal point of the universe's autoimmune response. Through me, it will undo everything we ever were or could have been. As I write this, I'm sitting in what used to be my living room. The walls disappeared 3 loops ago, along with the concept of architecture. The ground beneath me is losing its solidity, becoming conceptual rather than physical. The sky above is less a thing than an idea of a thing. The cardinal with the white-patched wings just landed nearby. It's the only other thing that seems to maintain consistency between loops, but I understand now that it's not really a bird at all. It's watching me, studying me, measuring the progress of humanity's elimination. I can feel the next loop approaching. The air is getting thin, reality stretching like plastic wrap about to tear. Soon I'll wake up to another Tuesday, another version of the world with fewer people, fewer things, fewer memories. But this time feels different. My hands are becoming transparent as I write these words, my thoughts growing distant and strange. I think this might be the last loop, the final Tuesday. I should be terrified, but instead, I feel an odd sense of peace. Perhaps this was inevitable, the universe's way of hitting Control+Z on a cosmic mistake. Or perhaps... Wait. The cardinal's looking at me again, tilting its head just like it did that first Tuesday. But this time I see something in its eyes, not the blank animal stare I remembered, but something ancient and vast and almost apologetic. And suddenly, I understand. This isn't an erasure at all. It's a reset. The universe isn't eliminating humanity. It's rewinding us, taking us back to a crucial moment, an essential crossroads. With each loop, it's not just removing people, it's removing the consequences of choices, the weight of decisions that led us down this path. Every person who disappears isn't being erased. They're being saved, preserved, reset to some point before whatever it is we did that broke reality itself. We're not being deleted, we're being restored to factory settings. The cardinal spreads its wings, and I notice something I never saw before. The white patches aren't random. They form a pattern, a sequence, a code. The same code I've been seeing everywhere but couldn't recognize. In the license plate of the red Volkswagen, in the arrangement of clouds, in the very fabric of these repeating days. My body is almost gone now, my consciousness spreading thin across what remains of time and space. But as I fade, I finally understand my role. I'm not patient zero. I'm the backup copy, the one who had to remember everything so that when reality resets completely, when we all return to that crucial moment, some part of me will know what to change, what to do differently. The cardinal takes flight, and as the world dissolves around me, I see what's written in its wings, the message that's been there all along. See you next loop. And then, it's Tuesday morning, March 12th. A red Volkswagen Beetle passes by my house. But this time I know exactly what I need to do. After all, that's why they chose me to remember, isn't it? Friends, on the first day of kindergarten, my mother had elected to drive me to school. We were both nervous, and she wanted to be there with me all the way up to the moment I walked into class. It took me a bit longer to get ready in the morning due to my still mending arm. The cast came up a couple inches past my elbow, which meant that I had to cover the entire arm with a specially designed latex bag when I showered. The bag was built to pull tight around the opening in order to seal out any water that might otherwise destroy the cast. I had gotten really adept at cinching the bag myself. That morning, however, perhaps due to my excitement or nervousness, I hadn't pulled the strap tight enough, and halfway through the shower, I could feel water pooling inside the bag around my fingers. I jumped out and tore the latex shield away, but could feel that the previously rigid plaster had become soft after absorbing the water. Because there is no way to effectively clean the area between your body and a cast. The dead skin that would normally have fallen away merely sits there. When stirred by moisture like sweat, it emits an odor, and apparently this odor is proportionate to the amount of moisture introduced, because soon after I began attempting to dry it, I was struck by the powerful stench of rot. As I continued to frantically rub it with the towel, it began to disintegrate. I was growing increasingly distressed. I had put as much effort as a child could into his very first day of school. I had sat with my mom picking out my clothes the night before. I had spent a great deal of time picking out my backpack, and I had become exceedingly excited to show everyone my lunchbox that had the Ninja Turtles on it. I had fallen into my mom's habit of calling these children I hadn't yet met my friends already. But as the condition of my cast worsened, I became deeply upset at the thought that surely I wouldn't be able to apply that label to anyone by the time this day was over. Defeated, I showed my mom. It took 30 minutes to get most of the moisture out while working to preserve the rest of the cast. To address the problem of the smell, my mom cut slivers off a bar of soap and slid them down into the cast, and then rubbed the remainder of the soap on the outside in an attempt to cocoon the rancid smell inside of a more pleasant one. By the time we arrived at the school, my classmates were already engaged in their second activity, and I was shoehorned into one of the groups. I wasn't made very clear on what the guidelines of the activity were, and within about 5 minutes I had violated the rules so badly that each member of the group complained to the teacher and asked why I had to be in their group. I had brought a marker to school, hopes that I could collect some signatures or drawings on my cast next to my mother's, and I suddenly felt very foolish for having even put the marker in my pocket that morning. Kindergartners had the lunchroom to themselves at my elementary school, but some of the tables were off limits, so I didn't have to sit alone. I was self-consciously picking at the fraying ends of my cast when a kid sat across from me. "I like your lunchbox," he said. I could tell he was making fun of me, and I grew really angry. In my mind, that lunchbox was the last good thing about my day. I didn't look up from my arm, and I felt a burning in my eyes from the tears that I was holding back. I looked up to tell the kid to leave me alone, but before I could get the words out, I saw something that made me pause. He had the exact same lunchbox. I laughed. "I like your lunchbox too." "I think Michelangelo's the coolest," he said while miming nunchuck moves. I was in the middle of rebutting by saying that Raphael was my favorite when he knocked his open carton of milk off the table and onto his lap. I tried very hard to stifle my laughter since I didn't know him at all, but the struggling look on my face must have struck him as funny because he started laughing first. Suddenly, I didn't feel so bad about my cast and thought that this person would hardly notice now anyway. Just then, I thought to try my luck. "Hey, do you want to sign my cast?" As I pulled out the marker, he asked me how I broke it. I told him that I fell out of the tallest tree in my neighborhood. He seemed impressed. I watched him laboriously draw his name, and when he was done, I asked him what it said. He told me it said Josh. Josh and I had lunch together every day, and whenever we could, we partnered up for projects. I helped him with his handwriting, and he took the blame when I wrote fart on the wall in permanent marker. I would come to know other kids, but I think I knew even then that Josh was my only real friend. Moving a friendship outside of school when you are 5 years old is actually more difficult than most remember. The day we launched our balloons, we had such a good time that I asked Josh if he wanted to come to my house the next day to play. He said he did, and that he'd bring some of his toys. I said that we could also go exploring and maybe swim in the lake. When I got home, I asked my mom, and she said it would be fine. My enthusiasm was boundless until I realized that I had no way of contacting Josh to tell him. I spent the whole weekend worrying that our friendship would be dissolved by Monday. When I saw him after the weekend, I was relieved to find that he had run into the same obstacle and thought it was funny. Later that week, we both remembered to write down our phone numbers at home and then exchange them at school. My mom spoke with Josh's dad, and it was decided that my mom would pick up Josh and myself from school that Friday. We alternated this basic structure nearly every weekend. The fact that we lived so close made things much easier on our parents, who seemed to work constantly. When my mom and I moved across the city at the end of first grade, I was sure that our friendship had seen its last day. As we drove away from the house I had lived in my whole life, I felt a sadness that I knew wasn't just about a house. I was saying goodbye to my friend forever. But Josh and I, to my surprise and delight, stayed close. Despite the fact that we spent the majority of our time apart and only saw one another on weekends, we remained remarkably similar as we grew. Our personalities coalesced, our senses of humor complemented each other's, and we would often find that we had started liking new things independently. We even sounded enough alike that when I stayed with Josh, he would sometimes call my mom pretending to be me. His success rate was impressive. My mom would sometimes joke that the only way she could tell us apart sometimes was by our hair. He had straight, dirty blonde hair like his sister, while I had curly, dark brown hair like my mother. One would think that the thing most likely to drive two young friends apart would be what's out of their control. However, I think the catalyst of our gradual disengagement was my insistence that we sneak out to my old house to look for boxes. The next weekend I invited Josh over to my house, in keeping with our tradition of alternating houses. But he said that he wasn't really feeling up to it. We started seeing progressively less of one another over the next year or so. It had gone from once a week to once a month to once every couple months. For my 12th birthday, my mom threw a party for me. I hadn't made that many friends since we'd moved, so it wasn't a surprise party since my mom had no idea who to invite. I told the handful of kids I'd become acquainted with and called Josh to see if he wanted to come. Originally, he said that he didn't think he could make it, but the day before the party, he called me to say that he'd be there. I was really excited because I hadn't seen him in several months. The party went pretty well. My biggest concern was that Josh and the other kids wouldn't get along, but they seemed to like each other well enough. Josh was surprisingly quiet. He hadn't brought me a gift and apologized for that, but I told him it wasn't a big deal. I was just glad that he was able to make it. I tried to start several conversations with him, but they seemed to keep reaching dead ends. I asked him what was wrong. I told him that I didn't get why things had become so awkward between us. They were never like that before. We used to hang out almost every weekend and talk on the phone every couple days. I asked him what happened to us. He looked up from staring at his shoes and just said, "You left." Just after he said that, my mom yelled in from the other room that it was time to open presents. I forced a smile and walked into the dining room as they sang "Happy Birthday." There were a couple of wrapped boxes and a lot of cards, since most of my extended family lived out of state. Most of the gifts were silly and forgettable, but I remember that Brian gave me a Mighty Max toy shaped like a snake that I kept for years afterwards. My mom was insistent that I open all the cards that had been brought and thank each person who had given one, because several years before on Christmas, I had torn through the wrapping paper and envelopes with such fervor that I had destroyed any possibility of discerning who had sent which gift or what amount of money. We separated the ones that had been sent by mail and the ones that had been brought that day, so my friends wouldn't have to sit through me opening cards from people they had never met. Most of the cards from my friends had a couple dollars in them, and the ones from my family members contained larger bills. One envelope didn't have my name written on it, but it was in the pile, so I opened it. The card had a generic floral pattern on its face, and seemed to be a card that had been received by someone else who was now recycling it for my birthday, because it was actually a little dingy. I actually appreciated the idea that it was a reused card, since I'd always thought that cards were silly. I angled it so that the money wouldn't fall to the floor when I opened it, but the only thing inside was the message that had come printed in the card. "I love you." Whoever had given me this card hadn't written anything in it, but they had circled the message in pencil a couple times. I chuckled a little and said, "Gee, thanks for the awesome card, Mom." She looked at me quizzically and then turned her attention to the card. She told me it wasn't from her and seemed amused as she showed my friends, looking at their faces trying to discern who had played the joke. None of the kids stepped forward, so my mom said, "Don't worry, sweetheart. At least you know now that two people love you." She followed that with an extremely prolonged and excruciating kiss on my forehead that transformed the group's bewilderment into hysteria. They were all laughing, so it could have been any of them, but Mike seemed to be laughing the hardest. To become a participant rather than the subject of the gag, I said to him that just because he had given me that card, he shouldn't think that I'd kiss him later. We all laughed, and as I looked at Josh, I saw he was finally smiling. "Well, I think that gift might be the winner, but you have a couple more to open." My mom slid another present in front of me. I was still feeling the tremors of suppressed chuckles in my abdomen as I tore the colorful paper away. When I saw the gift, I had no need to suppress the laughter anymore. My smile dropped as I looked at what I'd been given. It was a pair of walkie-talkies. "Well, go on. Show everyone." I held them up, and everyone seemed to approve, but as I drew my attention to Josh, I could see that he had turned a sickly shade of white. We locked eyes for a moment, and then he turned and walked into the kitchen. As I watched him dial a number on the corded phone attached to the wall, my mom whispered in my ear that she knew that Josh and I didn't talk as much, since one of the walkie-talkies had broken. so she thought I'd like it. I was filled with an intense appreciation for my mom's thoughtfulness, but this feeling was easily overpowered by the emotions resurrected by the returning memories I'd tried so hard to bury. When everyone was eating cake, I asked Josh who he had called. He told me he wasn't feeling well, so he called his dad to come get him. I understood that he wanted to leave, but I told him that I wished we could hang out more. I extended one of the walkie-talkies to him, but he put his hand up in refusal. Dejected, I said, "Well, thanks for coming, I guess. I hope I'll see you before my next birthday." "I'm sorry. I'll try to call you back more often." "I really will," he said. The conversation stagnated as we waited by my door for his dad. I looked at his face. Josh seemed genuinely remorseful that he hadn't made more of an effort. His mood seemed suddenly bolstered by an idea that had struck him. He told me that he knew what he'd get me for my birthday. It would take a while, but he thought that I would really like it. I told him it wasn't a big deal, but he insisted. He seemed in better spirits and apologized for being such a drag at my party. He said that he was tired, that he hadn't been sleeping well. I asked him why that was as he opened the door in response to his dad's honking in the driveway. He turned back toward me and waved goodbye as he answered my question. "I think I've been sleepwalking." That was the last time I saw my friend, and a couple months later he was gone. Over the past several weeks, the relationship between my mother and I has grown increasingly strained due to my attempts to learn the details of my childhood. It's often the case that one cannot know the breaking point of a thing until that thing fractures. And after the last conversation with my mother, I imagine that we will spend the rest of our lives attempting to repair what had taken a lifetime to build. She had put so much energy into keeping me safe, both physically and psychologically, but I think that the walls meant to insulate me from harm were also protecting her emotional stability. As the truth came pouring out the last time we spoke, I could hear a trembling in her voice that I think was a reverberation of the collapse of her world. I don't imagine my mother and I will talk very much anymore, and while there are still some things I don't understand, I think I know enough. After Josh disappeared, his parents had done all that they could to find him. From the very first day, the police had suggested that they contact all of Josh's friends' parents to see if he was with them. They did this, of course, but no one had seen him, or had any idea of where he might be. The police had been unable to turn over any new information about Josh's whereabouts, despite the fact that they had received several anonymous phone calls from a woman urging them to compare this case with the stalking case that had been opened about 6 years before. If Josh's mother's grip on the world loosened when her son vanished, it broke when Veronica died. She had seen many people die at the hospital, but there is no amount of desensitization that can fortify a person against the death of her own child. She would visit Veronica twice a day since she was recuperating at a different hospital, once before her shift and once afterward. On the day Veronica died, her mother was late leaving work, and by the time she arrived at her daughter's hospital, Veronica had already passed. This was too much for her, and over the next couple weeks she became increasingly more unstable. She would often wander outside yelling for both Josh and Veronica to come home, and there were several times her husband found her wandering around my old neighborhood in the middle of the night, half-clothed and frantically searching for her son and daughter. Due to his wife's mental deterioration, Josh's dad could no longer travel for work and began taking construction jobs that were less well-paying, so he could be closer to home. When they began expanding my old neighborhood more about 3 months after Veronica died, Josh's dad applied for every position and was hired. He was qualified to lead the build sites, but he took a job as a laborer, helping to build frames and clean up the sites and whatever else was needed. He even took odd jobs that would occasionally come up, mowing lawns, repairing fences, anything that to keep from traveling. They began clearing the woods in the area next to the tributary to transform the land into inhabitable property. Josh's dad was tasked with the responsibility of leveling the recently deforested lot, and this job guaranteed him at least several weeks of work. On the third day, he arrived at a spot that he could not level. Each time he'd drive over it, it would remain lower than all the surrounding land. Frustrated, he got off the machine to survey the area. He was tempted to simply pack more dirt into the depression, but he knew that would only be an aesthetic and temporary solution. He had worked construction for years and knew that root systems from large trees that had been recently cut down would often decompose, leaving weaknesses in the soil that would manifest as weaknesses in the foundations above. He weighed his options and elected to dig a little with a shovel in case the problem was shallow enough to fix without needing a machine that would have to be brought over from another site. And as my mother described where this was, I knew I had been at that spot both before the soil was broken and before it had been filled in. I felt a tightening in my chest. He dug a small hole about 3 feet down until his shovel collided with something hard. He smashed his shovel against it repeatedly in an attempt to gauge the thickness of the root and the density of the network when suddenly his shovel plunged through the resistance. Confused, he dug the hole wider. After about a half hour of excavating, he found himself standing on a brown blanket-covered box about 7 feet long and 4 feet wide. Our minds work to avoid dissonance. If we hold a belief strongly enough, our minds will forcefully reject conflicting evidence so that we can maintain the integrity of our understanding of the world. Up until the very next moment, despite what all sense would have indicated, despite the fact that some small but suffocated part of him understood what was supporting his weight, this man believed, he knew, his son was still alive. My mom received a call at 6 p.m. She knew who it was, but she couldn't understand what he was saying. But what she did comprehend made her leave immediately. "Down here. Now. Son. Please, God." When she arrived, she found Josh's dad sitting perfectly still with his back to the hole. He was holding the shovel so tightly it seemed that it might snap, and he was staring straight ahead with eyes that looked as lifeless as a shark's. He wouldn't respond to any of her words, and only reacted when she tried to gently take the shovel from him. He dragged his eyes slowly to hers and just said, "I don't understand." He repeated this as if he had forgotten all other words, and my mother could hear him still muttering it as she walked past him to look in the hole. She told me she wished she had gouged her eyes out before she faced downward into that crater. And I told her that I knew what she was about to say and that she need not continue. I looked at her face, and it was expressing a look of such intense despair that it caused my stomach to turn. I realized that she had known of this for almost 10 years and was hoping that she'd never have to tell me. As a result, she never came up with a proper arrangement of words to describe what she saw, and as I sit here, I met with the same difficulty of articulation. Josh was dead. His face was sunken in and contorted in such a way that it was as if the misery and hopelessness of all the world had been transferred to it. The assaulting smell of decay rose from the crypt, and my mother had to cover her nose and mouth to keep from vomiting. His skin was cracked, almost crocodilian, and a stream of blood that had followed these lines had dried on his face after pooling and staining the wood around his head. His eyes lay half-lidded, facing straight up. She said by the look of him he had not been long dead, and thus time had not brought the mercy of degradation to erase the pain and terror that was now etched into his face. She said it was as if he had fixed his gaze right on her, his open mouth offering an all-too-late plea for help. The rest of his body, however, wasn't visible. Someone else was covering it. He was large and lay face down on top of Josh, and as my mother's mind stretched itself to take in what her eyes were attempting to tell her, she became aware of the significance of the way in which he laid. He was holding Josh. Their legs lay frozen by death, but entangled like vines in some lush tropical forest. One arm rested under Josh's neck, only to wrap around his body so that they might lay closer still. As the sun passed through the trees, its light became reflected by something pinned to Josh's shirt. My mother stooped to one knee and raised the collar of her shirt over her nose so that she might block out the smell. When she saw what had caught the sun, her legs abandoned her and she nearly fell into the tomb. It was a picture. It was a picture of me as a child. She staggered backwards, gasping and trembling, and collided with Josh's father, who still sat facing away from the hole. She understood why he had called her, but she could not bring herself to tell him what she had kept from everyone for all these years. Josh's family never knew about the night I had woken up in the woods. She knew now that she should have told them, but to tell him now would help nothing. As she sat there resting her back against Josh's dad's, he spoke. I can't tell my wife. I can't tell her that our little boy. His speech staggered in fits as he pressed his wet face into his dirt-caked hands. She couldn't bear it. After a moment he stood up, still shuddering, and lumbered toward the grave. With a final sob, he stepped down into the coffin. Josh's dad was a big man, but not as big as the man in the box. He grabbed the back of the man's collar and pulled hard. It was as if he intended to throw the man out of the grave in a singular motion, but the collar ripped and the body fell back down on top of his son. You motherfucker! He grabbed the man by the shoulders and heaved him back until he was off of Josh and sat awkwardly but upright against the wall of the grave. He looked at the man and staggered back a step. Oh God, no. No, please God, no. In a struggling but powerful movement, he lifted and pushed the corpse completely out of the ground, and they both heard the sound of glass rolling against wood. It was a bottle. He handed it to my mother. It was ether. Oh, Josh, he sobbed, my boy, my baby boy, why is there so much blood? What did he do to you? As my mother looked at the man who now lay facing upwards, she realized she was facing the person who had haunted our lives for over a decade. She had imagined him so many times, always evil and always terrifying, and the cries of Josh's father seemed to confirm her worst fears. But as she stared at his face, she thought that this didn't look like who she imagined. This was just a man. As she looked at his frozen expression, it actually looked serene. The corners of his lips were turned up only slightly. She saw that he was smiling. Not the expected smile of a maniac from a film or horror story. Not the smile of a demon or the smile of a fiend. This was the smile of contentment or satisfaction. It was a smile of bliss. It was a smile of love. As she looked down from his face, she saw a tremendous wound on his neck from where the skin had been ripped out. She was at first relieved when she realized that the blood had not been Josh's. Perhaps he had suffered less, but this comfort was short-lived as she realized just how wrong she was. She brought a hand up to her mouth and whispered, almost as if she was afraid to remind the world what had happened. They were alive. Josh must have bitten the man's neck in an attempt to get free, and although the man had died, Josh couldn't move him. I began crying when I thought of how long he might have laid there. She looked through the man's pockets for some kind of identification, but she only found a piece of paper. On it was a drawing of a man holding hands with a small boy, and next to the boy were initials. My initials. I'd like to think that she was remembering that part of the story inaccurately, but I'll never know for sure. As Josh's father carried his son out of the grave, my mom slid the piece of paper into her pocket. He kept muttering that his son's hair had been dyed. She saw that it had. It was now dark brown, and she noticed that he was dressed oddly. His clothes were all far too small. After Josh's dad delicately laid his boy on the soft dirt, he began gently pressing his hands against his son's pants to feel his pockets. He heard a crinkle. Carefully, he retrieved a folded piece of paper from Josh's pocket. He looked at it but was vexed. Absently, he handed it to my mother, but she didn't recognize it either. I asked her what it was. She told me it was a map, and I felt my heart shatter. He was finishing the map. That must have been his idea for my birthday present. I found myself strangely hoping that he hadn't been taken while expanding it, as if that would somehow matter now. She heard Josh's father grunt and looked to see him pushing the man's body back into the ground. As he walked back toward the machine that had found this spot for him, he put his hand on a canister of gasoline and paused with his back toward my mother. "You should go." "I'm so sorry." "It's not your fault. I did this." "You can't think like that. There was nothing." He interjected flatly, almost with no emotion at all. "About a month ago, a guy approached me as I was cleaning up the site on the new development a block over. He asked me if I wanted to make some extra money, and because my wife's not working right now, I accepted. He told me that some kids had dug a bunch of holes on his property, and he offered me $100 to fill them in. He said that he wanted to take some pictures for the insurance company first, but if I came back after 5 p.m. the next day, that would be fine. I thought this guy was a sucker since I knew clearing that lot was coming up, so someone would have had to do it anyway. But I needed the money, so I agreed. I didn't think he even had $100, but he put the bill in my hand, and I did the job the next day. I've been so exhausted that I didn't even think about it after it was done. I didn't think about it until today when I pulled that same guy off of my son." He pointed at the grave, and his emotions started to push through as he broke into a sob. "He paid me $100 so that I would bury him with my boy." It was as if saying it aloud forced him to accept what had happened, and he collapsed onto the ground in tears. My mother could think of nothing to say, and stood there in silence for what felt like a lifetime. She finally asked what he would do about Josh. "His final resting place won't be here with this monster." As she looked back when she reached her car, she could see black smoke billowing and diffusing against the amber sky, and she hoped against all hope that Josh's parents would be okay. I left my mom's house without saying much else. I told her that I loved her and that I would talk to her soon, but I don't know what soon means for us. I got into my car and left. I understood now why the events of my childhood had stopped years ago. As an adult, I now saw the connections that were lost on a child who tends to see the world in snapshots rather than a sequence. I thought about Josh. I loved him then, and I love him even still. I miss him more now that I know I'll never see him again, and I find myself wishing that I had hugged him the last time I saw him. I thought about Josh's parents, how much they had lost and how quickly that loss had come. They don't know about my connection to any of this, but I could never look them in the eyes now. I thought about Veronica. I had only really come to know her later in my life, but for those brief few weeks, I think I had really loved her. I thought about my mother. She had tried so hard to protect me and was stronger than I would ever be. I tried not to think about the man and what he had done with Josh for more than 2 years. Mostly, I just thought about Josh. Sometimes I wished that he never sat across from me that day in kindergarten, that I'd never known what it was like to have a real friend. Sometimes I like to dream that he's in a better place, but that's only a dream, and I know that. The world is a cruel place made crueler still by man. There would be no justice for my friend, no final confrontation, no vengeance. It had been over for almost a decade for everyone but me now. I miss you, Josh. I'm sorry you chose me, but I'll always cherish my memories of you. We were explorers. We were adventurers. We were friends. Footsteps, this is long, so I apologize for that. I've never had to tell this story with enough detail to actually explain it all the way, but it is true, and it happened when I was about 6 years old. In a quiet room, if you press your ear against a pillow, you can hear your heartbeat. As a kid, the muffled, rhythmic beats sounded like soft footsteps on a carpeted floor. And so as a kid, almost every night, just as I was about to drift off to sleep, I would hear these footsteps, and I would be ripped back to consciousness, terrified. For my entire childhood, I lived with my mother in a fairly nice neighborhood that was in a transitional phase. People of lower economic means were gradually moving in, and my mother and I were 2 of these people. We lived in the kind of house you see being transported in 2 pieces on the interstate, but my mom took good care of it. There were a lot of woods surrounding the neighborhood that I would play in and explore during the day, but at night, as things often do to a kid, they took on a more sinister feeling. This, coupled with the fact that, due to the nature of our house, there was a fairly large crawl space underneath, filled my mind with imaginary monsters and inescapable scenarios which would consume my thoughts when I was awoken by the footsteps. I told my mom about the footsteps, and she said that I was just imagining things. I persisted enough that she blasted my ears with water from a turkey baster once just to placate me, since I thought that would help. Of course it didn't. Despite all the creepiness and footsteps, the only weird thing that ever happened was that every now and then I would wake up on the bottom bunk despite having gone to sleep on the top. But this wasn't really weird, since I'd sometimes get up to piss or get something to drink and could remember just going back to sleep on the bottom bunk. I'm an only child, so it didn't matter. This would happen once or twice a week, but waking up on the bottom bunk wasn't too terrifying. But one night I didn't wake up on the bottom bunk. I had heard the footsteps, but was too far gone to be woken up by them. And when I was awoken, it wasn't from the sound of footsteps or a nightmare, but because I was cold, really cold. When I opened my eyes, I saw stars. I was in the woods. I sat up immediately and tried to figure out what was going on. I thought I was dreaming, but that didn't seem right, though neither did me being in the woods. There was a deflated pool float right in front of me, one of those ones shaped like a shark. This only added to the surreal feeling, but after a while it seemed like I just wasn't going to wake up because I wasn't asleep. I stood up to orient myself, but I didn't recognize these woods. I played in the woods by my house all the time, and so I knew them really well. But if these weren't the same woods, then how could I get out? I took a step and felt a shooting pain in my foot, which knocked me back to where I had just been laying. I had stepped on a thorn. By the light of the moon, I could see that they were everywhere. I looked at my other foot, but it was fine, and as a matter of fact, so was the rest of me. I didn't have another scratch on me, and I wasn't even that dirty. I cried for a little bit and then stood back up. I didn't know which way to go, so I just picked a direction. I resisted the urge to call out, since I wasn't sure I wanted to be found by who or what might be out there. I walked for what seemed like hours. I tried to walk in a straight line and tried to course correct when I had to take detours, but I was a kid and I was afraid. There weren't any howls or screams, and only once did I hear any noise that scared me. It sounded like a crying baby. I think now that it was just a cat, but I panicked. I ran veering in different directions to avoid big thicks of bushes and collapsed trees. And I was paying close attention to where I stepped, because by that point, my feet were in pretty bad shape. I paid too much attention to where I was stepping and not enough to where those steps were leading. Because not long after hearing the cry, I saw something that filled me with a kind of despair I haven't experienced since. It was the pool float. I was only 10 feet from where I had woken up. This wasn't magic or some supernatural space bending. I was lost. Up until that moment, I thought more about getting out of the woods than how I got in. But being back at the beginning caused my mind to swim. I wasn't even sure that these were my woods. I had only been hoping that they were. Had I run in a huge circle around that spot? Or did I just get turned around and start making my way back? How was I going to get out? At the time, I thought the North Star was just the brightest star, and so I looked and found the brightest one and followed it. Eventually, things started to look more familiar, and when I saw the ditch, a dirt ditch my friends and I would have dirt-clawed wars in, I knew I had made it out. By that point, I was walking really slowly because my feet hurt so much, but I was so happy to be so close to home that I broke into a light jog. When I actually saw the roof of my house over a neighboring lower-set house, I let out a light sob and ran faster. I just wanted to be home. I had already decided that I wouldn't say anything because I had no idea what I could possibly say. I would get back in the house somehow, clean up, and get in bed. My heart sunk as I rounded the corner, and my house came fully into view. Every light in the house was on. I knew my mom was up, and I knew I would have to explain, or try to explain, where I had been, and I couldn't even figure out where to start. My run became a jog, which became a walk. I saw her silhouette through the blinds, and although I was worried about how to explain things to her that didn't matter to me at that point, I walked up the couple of steps to the porch and put my hand on the doorknob and turned. Right before I pushed it open, 2 arms wrapped around me and pulled me back. I screamed as loud as I could, "Mom, help me, please, Mom!" The feeling of being so close to being safe, and then being physically pulled away from it, filled me with a kind of dread that is, even after all these years, indescribable. The door I had been torn away from opened, and a flash of hope shot through my heart. But it wasn't my mom. It was a man, and he was enormous. I thrashed around and kicked at the shins of the person holding me while also trying to get away from the person who had just come out of my house. I was scared, but I was furious. "Let me go! Where is she? Where's my mom? What did you do to her?" As my throat stung from screaming and I was drawing in another breath, I became aware of a sound that had been present for longer than I had perceived it. "Honey, please calm down. I've got you." It sounded like my mom. The arms loosened and set me down, and as man approaching me blocked out the porch light with his head, I noticed his clothes. He was a cop. I turned to face the voice behind me and saw that it really was my mom. Everything was okay. I began to cry, and the 3 of us went inside. "I'm so glad you're home, sweetie. I was worried I'd never see you again." By that point, she was crying too. "I'm sorry. I don't know what happened. I just wanted to come home. I'm sorry." "It's okay, just don't ever do that again. I'm not sure me or my shins could take it. A little laughter broke through my sobs, and I smiled a bit. "Well, I'm sorry for kicking you, but why'd you have to grab me like that?" "I was just afraid that you'd run away again." I was confused. "What do you mean?" "We found your note on your pillow," she said, and pointed at the piece of paper that the police officer was sliding across the table. I picked up the note and read it. It was a running away letter. It said that I was unhappy, never wanted to see her or any of my friends again. The police officer exchanged a few words with my mom on the porch while I stared at the letter. I didn't remember writing a letter. I didn't remember anything about any of this. But even if I sometimes went to the bathroom at night and didn't remember, or even if I could have gone into the woods on my own, even if all that could have been true, the only thing I knew at that point was, this isn't how you spell my name. I didn't write this letter. The empty frame. I never should have bought that antique mirror. The elderly woman at the estate sale seemed almost desperate to get rid of it, practically pushing it into my hands while rambling about family heirlooms and traditions. I thought she was just another eccentric trying to clear out her mother's belongings. The ornate silver frame was exactly what I needed for my photography studio's vintage aesthetic, and at $20, it was a steal. If only I'd noticed how she wouldn't look directly at its surface, or how her hands trembled when she handed me the receipt. The first few weeks were unremarkable. Clients loved posing in front of the 8-foot mirror, especially for wedding photos. The way it seemed to catch and amplify light gave every reflection an ethereal quality. Several people commented that they looked younger in it, more vibrant somehow. I started to think I'd discovered some old-world craftsmanship secret that made everything more beautiful. Then came the day I noticed the delay. I was cleaning the studio after hours, wiping down the mirror's surface, when I saw my reflection pause for a fraction of a second before lowering its cleaning cloth. At first, I convinced myself it was just fatigue from a long day of shoots. But as I stood there, deliberately moving my arm up and down, the lag became impossible to ignore. My reflection was following my movements just slightly out of sync, like a video feed with bad latency. I should have gotten rid of it right then. Instead, I did what any modern person would do. I started documenting it. I set up my camera equipment to record the mirror while I moved in front of it, thinking I could maybe go viral with proof of some weird optical phenomenon. The footage never showed anything unusual. The lag only happened when I was alone with it, watching with my own eyes. That's when the smiling started. It was subtle at first. My reflection would hold its smile a beat too long after I'd stopped, lips still curved upward, while mine had already fallen neutral. Then it started smiling when I wasn't smiling at all. I'd catch glimpses of it grinning at me while I was turning away or packing up equipment. Once, I swear I saw it wink. The clients never noticed anything wrong. Their reflections behaved perfectly normally, mirroring their movements with exact precision. But sometimes, in the background of their shots, I could see my own reflection watching them with that unnaturally wide smile, even though I was behind the camera. I started covering the mirror with a sheet at night, unable to shake the feeling that something was watching me through it. But every morning, no matter how securely I'd fastened it, the sheet would be on the floor. The mirror's surface would be flawless, without a speck of dust, as if someone had just cleaned it. One evening, as I was rushing to finish a wedding album delivery, I noticed something that made my blood run cold. In every single photo that included the mirror, my reflection was standing in a slightly different position than I remembered being in while taking the shot. In some, it was turned toward the camera when I knew I'd been facing the couple. In others, it was closer to the clients than I'd ever stood. and in every single one it was smiling that horrible, stretched smile. I started having nightmares about my reflection reaching through the glass, its fingers elongating into silver needles as it tried to pull me in. I'd wake up with scratches on my arms that looked like someone had been trying to grab me. The mirror seemed to grow larger in the dark, its frame extending like twisted branches across my studio walls. Things came to a head during a senior portrait session. The girl was posing in front of the mirror when she suddenly screamed. When I rushed over, she was shaking, pointing at the reflection. "Your eyes," she kept saying. "Your eyes were all wrong." I apologized profusely, blamed it on weird lighting, and offered her a full refund. After she left, I finally worked up the courage to really look at my reflection. For a long moment, nothing seemed amiss. Then it tilted its head at an impossible angle, and I saw what the girl had meant about the eyes. They were silver, like the mirror's frame, and they were looking at me with an intelligence that was definitely not my own. That night, I decided the mirror had to go. I called a friend to help me move it, not wanting to face it alone anymore. But when Jake arrived, he walked right past it without seeing it. When I pointed to the massive frame, he looked confused, asking if I was feeling okay. To him, there was nothing but an empty wall. I reached out to touch the mirror's surface, and for the first time, my reflection didn't mimic me. It stayed perfectly still, watching as my fingers made contact with the glass. The surface felt like ice water, and my hand sank through as if it were liquid. My reflection's smile grew impossibly wide as it reached out and grabbed my wrist. I tried to pull back, but its grip was like steel. I screamed for Jake, but he had already left the room, still unable to see anything wrong. The last thing I heard was his footsteps fading down the hallway as my reflection pulled me forward, through the mirror's surface, into a world where everything was backwards and bathed in that strange silver light. I'm writing this from the other side now. I can see out into my studio, but everything is reversed, like a photo negative. People come and go, but they can't see me frantically pounding on the glass. My reflection, the thing that took my place, runs my business perfectly. It talks to clients, takes their photos, and smiles that terrible smile that no one else seems to notice. Sometimes other trapped souls drift past me in this silver void. Their eyes are hollow, their mouths frozen in eternal screams. Some have been here so long they're barely human anymore, their forms distorted like reflections in a carnival mirror. They whisper about the others who were pulled through, generation after generation, feeding the mirror's hunger for new reflections. The elderly woman from the estate sale is here too. She's the one who told me about the mirror's origin, how it was crafted centuries ago by a silversmith who made a deal with something ancient and hungry. She warned me that the mirror needs to be fed regularly. That's why it takes new owners, why it has to keep replacing worn-out reflections with fresh ones. I watch as my imposter hangs a "for sale" sign in the studio window. The price listed for the mirror is $20. I want to warn potential buyers, but all I can do is press my hands against the glass and hope they notice how their reflections smile just a little too long, how their movements aren't quite in sync. Yesterday, a young photographer came to look at it. She was so excited about the vintage frame, just like I had been. I screamed until my throat was raw, but of course she couldn't hear me. As she handed over the money, I saw my replacement's smile stretch wider than any human mouth should go. Last night, I watched as it finally dropped its disguise in the darkness of the closed studio. Its silver eyes gleamed as its face split open like a blooming flower, revealing rows of mirrored teeth. It pressed its forehead against the glass and whispered, "Soon you'll fade like all the others. But don't worry, I'll find someone new to take your place." I know now why the mirror's surface is always so clean. We press ourselves against it constantly, trying to break through, trying to warn the next victim. Our desperate fingers leave no prints, our tears leave no streaks, our blood leaves no stains. We are nothing but reflections now, trapped in this silver void, watching the world through a window we can never break. The young photographer comes to collect the mirror tomorrow. As I write this, I can see my replacement preparing the studio for her arrival. It's humming quietly as it polishes the frame, and in the deepening darkness, I swear I can see other faces forming in the mirror's surface. Hundreds of them, all pressed against the glass, all wearing that same horrible smile. We are all just reflections here, endlessly watching, endlessly waiting. And somewhere, in an antique shop or estate sale, another mirror from the same silversmith is waiting too, its surface pristine, its frame gleaming with an otherworldly shine. Perhaps you've seen one. Perhaps you've noticed how your reflection moves just a fraction of a second too slowly, how its smile lingers just a little too long. Whatever you do, don't look too closely. Don't let yourself be drawn in by that silver light. And if you ever see your reflection smile when you're not smiling, run. But know that it's probably already too late. After all, we all thought we could escape too. Now we're just faces in the glass, watching helplessly as the cycle continues, as the mirror feeds, as new reflections join our ranks in this endless silver void. And somewhere out there, right now, someone is admiring their reflection in a beautiful antique mirror, not yet noticing that their smile isn't quite their own anymore. On the Russian ice road, you always help your fellow travelers. When people hear my wife's Russian, they imagine a tall blonde girl with a funny accent who wears heels for every grocery run. Reality couldn't be farther from the stereotype. Lana is dark-haired, speaks better English than I do, and is completely obsessed with sneakers. She does meet one stereotype, though. She never gets cold, seeing how she lived in Russia until she was 18. Not in Moscow, of course. Did you know that Moscow's actually pretty warm? There are entire states in America where winters are far colder than anything Muscovites ever have to deal with. No, my wife comes from a tiny town far up Russian north, on the tundra. A dark, gloomy, and a very cold place inside the Arctic Circle, with extremely harsh winters and even harsher people. A place that meets the stereotypes. I've met my in-laws all of 2 times, including our wedding, both times as they traveled to the States. Frankly, I never had any intention of visiting my Lana's hometown until she got that fateful call 9 days ago. My mother-in-law had had a stroke. While her condition was stable for the time being, the local doctor expected the worst could happen at any minute. Transporting her to a better hospital was out of question, as she was in no state for the kind of a journey that you'll see described below. My wife made travel arrangements immediately. I had a valid Russian visa from a business trip to Moscow a few weeks prior, so I decided to go with her. Now, getting to my wife's hometown isn't easy. You're in for a flight to Moscow, then a connecting flight to Norilsk, one of the biggest cities in the Russian tundra. From there, it's an hour-long trip down the Yenisei River, by barge in summer and on cars over ice in the winter. Urgently getting to Moscow wasn't that hard. There, however, we faced additional difficulties. First of all, apparently I couldn't actually fly to Norilsk with Lana, as the city was closed to foreigners. Before we could even process that, we were told that Norilsk Airport was closed for all aircraft due to poor weather conditions, and the weather wasn't expected to improve that week. I tried to console Lana as best as I could, but news of her mom getting worse drove her crazy. Soon, Lana suggested an alternative. It was possible to fly to a city a fair bit south of Norilsk, which was safe from the storms. For a modest fee, a family friend living there was willing to take a day's journey up the ice road to Lana's hometown. Well, more like a night's journey, since according to him, it was better to travel at night by cars' lights than by what passed as daylight. I told my wife she was insane. She, however, was adamant on her plan, saying she's done Zimnik, how Russians call their ice roads, many times with her dad, and it was perfectly safe. She wouldn't budge no matter how I pleaded and told me I was welcome to stay in Moscow. Obviously, that was not an option, and in the end I gave up. We flew to our next destination, and the cold hit me as soon as I stepped out of the plane. It was a different kind of cold, invasive and ruthless, and it didn't care about layers of sweaters and socks I had on. I shivered imagining how much colder it was going to get. We met with the trucker who was to take us up north. He called himself Kolya, and my wife Sveta, the Russian version of her name. Me, he didn't call at all, instead referring to me derisively as Mr. Amerikashka whenever he spoke to my wife. Lana told me with a chuckle she didn't tell Kolya I could understand Russian, although I don't think he would have cared. Kolya was supposed to be a few years younger than my wife, but looked much older, his skin and posture worn down by the harsh conditions of his homeland. He laughed at our American shoes and coats and said he would pack extra jackets, woolen socks, and Valenki for us, just in case. His brother helped load his truck, which looked like it had seen the fall of the Soviet Union, and then Kolya sat down to enjoy a shot of vodka, one for the road. My wife saw me blanch at that. "This isn't New York, or even Moscow," she said quietly. "People here are a bit behind in terms of DUI. Don't worry, he won't drink enough to get impaired. He's seen that kill people on the road." Well, indeed, the first shot was the last, and Kolya hopped into the truck. He offered my wife the shotgun seat, which, as far as I understood Russian macho culture, was basically equivalent of throwing a glove in my face. Whatever, as long as he got us there. The road was a dark stretch of ice and packed snow powdered by the fresh snow that had fallen that morning. Snowdrifts bordered both sides of the roads and leaked onto its surface a fair bit. Otherwise, it was the same barren, flat surface for miles. In the first couple of hours, we saw a few cars going the opposite way to us. Then a car going in the same direction as us overtook us and disappeared in the darkness ahead at surprising speeds. It was a freaking tiny, rusted-through Subaru. I gave up on understanding Russians then and there. Shortly after the Subaru guy, it started snowing. Just a bit at first, then more and more. Kolya didn't seem bothered, and I tried to stay calm as well, which I managed mostly successfully until the wind joined in. Unlike the snow, it started hard from the get-go. Have you ever heard wind howling and become unsettled by the sound? Now imagine the same, but in the depths of a black night lit only by your car's headlights. Except for your own vehicle, the world around is silent and devoid of life, frozen until the spring. Not that you can see much through the thick snow that is now the wind's plaything, flurrying around the car, blanketing the windows. Our pace slowed to a crawl as Kolya swore colorfully in Russian. "Maybe stop and wait it out," I suggested nervously. "We can't," Lana said without bothering to ask our driver. "If we stop, there's a good chance the car won't start up again, and we are stuck here waiting for someone to pick us up. And it's been empty today." The realization we were at a very real risk of freezing to death hit me like a ton of bricks. I leaned back into my seat and closed my eyes, wordlessly praying for the best. The only response was the wind howling, and it sounded so strange. It would start low and quiet, and then get louder and louder until a yowling crescendo, then cut off abruptly, then start again. And the sound came from different directions, each starting at a different time, like a pack of wolves howling. I opened my eyes to obvious tension in the car. Lana and Kolya were both hunched forward, peering intently through the glass for all the good it did them. Kolya glanced back at me. "Don't worry, be happy," Kolya proclaimed with a horrible Russian accent. "It is all okay. Don't worry, America." He was lying. I might have been useless on the ice road, but I was a criminal defense lawyer, and a good one at that. And Kolya was a bad liar. There was sweat beading on his face and neck, and his voice was forced. He was very much scared, and that made me scared too. Kolya murmured something to my wife, too quick and quiet for my distracted mind to decipher. She nodded. "What was that?" "There's a village maybe half an hour up the road if we keep this pace. We get there and settle down until the morning." "I see. Sorry about the delay." In reality, I was extremely happy to hear that. "Bad wind, huh?" Lana grabbed my hand, quick and sudden as a snake. "Don't mention the wind." Another sound came through the storm, a long, tinny wail that sent shivers down my spine. It took me a few moments to recognize the familiar sound of the wind whistling through walls and chimney, and then another moment to realize there were no walls around for the wind to whistle. I opened my mouth to comment, and my wife's grip tightened on my arm. In that moment, I knew to keep it quiet. We drove in tension-filled silence as a cacophony of sounds erupted through the storm. Wails and shrieks, howls and cries. No way, no wind was producing all of that. The sounds grew closer, grew louder. I grabbed my wife's hands as we both stared desperately ahead. Through the flurry, we barely made out something, a large, dark shape reflecting our lights, or maybe piercing the darkness with lights of its own. Kolya swore and swerved to the side. We were passing another car stuck in the snow. Its blinkers flashed. "Stop," Lana said, sudden and harsh. "What?" Kolya asked in Russian. "You insane?" "Stop," my wife repeated. "On the ice road you help. That's the rule, remember?" Kolya gave her a long, hard look that I didn't like at all. "That's the rule on the road," he echoed, and hit the brakes, slowing the car without actually stopping. I opened the door and peered outside. The driver of the stuck vehicle was already running towards us. I recognized the car itself as the Subaru that passed us earlier. "Thank God you people were," the driver began. "Get in, idiot," Kolya shouted, and the guy shut up and jumped in. He was just a kid, no older than 20, with dark red hair and a patchy little beard. He looked cold and terrified. "Thank God," he repeated in a hushed whisper. "I was sure they'd get me." "They?" I asked, confused. Kolya and Lana turned to look at the kid in unison, and their looks could kill. I mean the wind and snow," the kid corrected quickly. I had a sudden abrupt feeling that it was too late for that, even as I still had no clue what was going on. We drove on, and the interplay of howls and shrieks outside the car became unbearable in the silence. "What's your name, dude?" I asked him in my best Russian. He blinked. Sergei Molchanov. My parents are... Anyway, it doesn't matter. I shouldn't have been driving, but I wanted to make it to my girlfriend's birthday, and... "Both of you shut up," my wife barked, and we did. Immediately I noticed the change in surrounding sounds. they were much louder now. The highest pitched shrieks rang in my ears. The low, insistent howling seemed to surround the car, and every now and then, something that sounded like an actual roar cut through the night. The car picked up the pace. I looked at Kolya and realized he was absolutely flooring the gas pedal. Poor visibility be damned. His truck was lurching along as fast as it could manage in the conditions, and yet the encroaching racket made it obvious we were nowhere near fast enough. Then the car hit something. We were all jerked forward as the truck came to a staggering halt. I hit my temple hard on the back of my wife's seat. "What was that?" I groaned. "Must have hit a chunk of ice or something." Lana's voice sounded strangely muffled. I remember focusing on her lips and how pale and thin they looked. The dull, resounding pain in my head exploded into something hot and overwhelming, and I collapsed into the back seat. "He's passed out!" Sergei called out. I wanted to correct him, but my voice wouldn't obey me. My lids seemed to weigh a ton each. I could barely open my eyes enough to see the trio of Russians huddled together, the car's flickering light illuminating their pale faces. "What now?" Sergei asked nervously. "Well, let's see. I don't think I would have been able to understand complex Russian in that state if it wasn't my Lana speaking, her voice so familiar down to every inflection. Why don't you go out and check what we hit, and if we can clear it out somehow?" "What? We helped you, didn't we?" In the car's light, Lana's green eyes seemed very blue. "So why don't you help us back? After all, on the ice road you help each other. That's the rule." Kolya grumbled in agreement. Then he reached over and pulled out a rifle and aimed it at the boy. Sergei whimpered, "You know they're out there." "Well," Lana's voice was impeccably calm, cold. "I guess you'd better not speak about them out loud then. Better not even think about them, really." My eyes closed against my will. I heard a door swing open and a rush of cold air. Finally, I passed out for real, and in my unconsciousness I dreamed of horrified screaming and a single terrible roar that filled the night. I came to during the day on a couch of some local family that agreed to house us for a bit of cash. My wife fussed over me. Once she was sure I was conscious and lucid, she rushed me into the car saying we could do the rest of the drive by day, and an actual doctor could look at me in her hometown. I settled in the back seat of the car. Vague memories haunted me. "Where's the kid? Sergei?" "What kid, darling?" Lana asked in sincere surprise. "There was no kid. We traveled alone," Kolya added in Russian. And I wondered how he knew what I was asking about, or that I'd understand his answer. But aloud I could only say, "This young red-headed guy." "Sweetie, I'm getting really worried. You must have hit your head harder than I thought. We got to get you checked out as soon as we get back to the States, maybe even a good checkup in Moscow." I didn't really know what to say after that. We made it the rest of the way uneventfully. Unfortunately, my mother-in-law had slipped into unconsciousness before we even set out for our drive, and she passed away several hours after our arrival. Lana didn't even get to say a proper goodbye. She is absolutely devastated right now, so I'm trying my best to focus on comforting her. We're staying here until the funeral, and I can't stay. I'm looking forward to the ride back. My father-in-law graciously gifted me a proper Russian winter coat, so I went ahead and packed my American camel coat that proved terribly insufficient for the weather. As I was folding it, I noticed a few curly red hairs stuck to the light beige fabric, and I felt so cold. The echo chamber. I should have known something was wrong when the echoes started talking back. My job as a sound engineer at Whispering Pines recording studio was simple enough. Maintain the equipment assist with recording sessions, and ensure the acoustics remained perfect in our prized echo chamber. The chamber was an architectural marvel from the 1960s, a specially designed concrete room 3 stories underground, where we could capture the most pristine natural reverb for our recordings. The thing about echo chambers is that they're designed to make sounds repeat, to take a single note and transform it into something longer, deeper, more complex. But they're not supposed to create new sounds. They're not supposed to remember. I first noticed it during a late-night session with a local indie band. We were recording backing vocals, sending them through the chamber for that otherworldly echo effect, when I heard something odd in my headphones. Between the vocalist's phrases, in that split second of silence, there was something else. A whisper so faint I almost missed it. I adjusted the levels, thinking it must be some kind of technical glitch or ambient noise bleeding through. But when I isolated the chamber feed and played it back, there it was again. A voice, barely audible, speaking words I couldn't quite make out. "Did anyone else hear that?" I asked the band, but they just shrugged, eager to wrap up the session and head home. I made a mental note to check the equipment in the morning and tried to put it out of my mind. That night, alone in my apartment, I couldn't sleep. Something about that whisper kept nagging at me. I'd been working with sound for 15 years, and I'd never heard anything quite like it. It wasn't an artifact of the recording process or environmental noise. It had seemed deliberate. The next day I arrived early to run some tests. I set up a simple recording, just me speaking a few words into a microphone, fed through the chamber. Testing 1, 2, 3. Simple enough. When I played it back, my blood ran cold. Between testing and 1, clear as day. Help us. I nearly knocked over my chair, scrambling to check the waveform on my computer screen. There it was, a distinct spike of audio between my words, exactly where I'd heard the voice. This wasn't my imagination. This was real. Over the next week, I became obsessed. I spent every spare moment running tests, recording different sounds through the chamber, analyzing the results. The voices became clearer, more frequent. Sometimes they were whispers, sometimes crying, sometimes just breathing, but they were always there, hiding in the spaces between other sounds. I started researching the history of whispering pines. The studio had been built in 1964 on the site of an old industrial complex. Before that, the land had belonged to a psychiatric hospital that closed under mysterious circumstances in the 1940s. The more I dug, the more unsettling details I uncovered. The hospital had specialized in experimental treatments for severe mental illness, electroshock therapy, insulin comas, ice baths, all the barbaric cures that were in vogue at the time. But there were rumors of other experiments, unofficial ones, conducted in the basement levels. Patients who were checked in, but never checked out. Screams in the night that the staff were told to ignore. When the hospital finally closed, dozens of patients were simply unaccounted for. Their records disappeared. Their families were told they had been transferred, and eventually they were forgotten. The buildings were demolished, new ones were built, and life went on. But what if they weren't all gone? What if something of them remained, trapped in that underground space where our echo chamber now stood? The thought kept me awake at night, staring at my ceiling, remembering all the times I'd been alone in that room, feeling like someone was watching me from the shadows. I knew I should tell someone, but who would believe me? The studio owner would think I was having a mental breakdown. The other engineers would laugh it off. I needed proof, undeniable evidence that something impossible was happening in that room. So I set up an experiment. I cleared my schedule for an entire night and set up multiple recording devices in the chamber. High-end microphones, digital recorders, even an old analog tape machine. I wanted to capture whatever was happening from every possible angle. At midnight, I started recording. The plan was simple: complete silence for hours, broken only by a single spoken word every 30 minutes. I would give the voices plenty of space to manifest, plenty of quiet in which to speak. The first few hours were uneventful. My periodic words, Mark at 12:30, Mark at 1 cow, Mark at 1:30, echoed normally through the chamber and faded to silence. But as the night wore on, things began to change. It started subtly. The silence between my marks began to feel different, heavier somehow. The air in the chamber grew thick and cold despite the climate control system. And then, at exactly 3:17 a.m., everything changed. My mark at 3 was still echoing faintly when I heard it, a sound like dozens of whispers overlapping, growing louder and clearer with each repetition. I could make out words now, fragments of phrases. Still here. They left us. In the walls. Help us. The voices were coming from everywhere and nowhere, bouncing off the walls in impossible patterns. The temperature dropped so rapidly I could see my breath. My recording equipment began to malfunction, meters spiking into the red despite the fact that the room should have been silent. And then I saw them. In the dim red light of the recording equipment, shadows began to peel themselves from the walls. Human shapes, distorted and wrong, flowing like smoke, but moving with purpose. They filled the room, surrounding me, their whispers growing to a deafening roar. I couldn't move, couldn't scream, could only watch as they pressed closer, their features becoming clearer, hollow eyes, gaping mouths, faces twisted in eternal anguish. These were the forgotten ones, the lost patients, trapped between worlds in this acoustically perfect prison. One of them reached for me with hands that were more suggestion than substance. I felt an icy touch on my skin, and suddenly my mind was flooded with images. Sterile halls, restraints, pain, screaming, darkness, endless darkness. I don't remember running, don't remember climbing the stairs or driving home. I came to my senses sitting in my shower, fully clothed, hot water beating down on me as I shook uncontrollably. The next day, I called in sick. I couldn't face that room again, not after what I'd seen. But I knew I had to review the recordings. Had to know if I'd captured any evidence of what happened, or if I was simply losing my mind. Most of the equipment had malfunctioned. The digital recorders showed corrupted files, the cameras had shut down, the meters were fried. But the old analog tape machine, built like a tank in the 1970s, had kept running through everything. With trembling hands, I began to digitize the tape. For the first few hours, everything was normal, just my periodic mark and the expected echoes. But at 3:17 a.m., something changed. The tape captured hundreds of voices, layered and distorted, speaking in unison. We are the echoes that never fade, the ones they tried to silence. We are trapped in these walls, in this perfect acoustic prison, repeating and repeating and repeating. Join us, stay with us, become part of the endless echo. I destroyed the tape immediately after transferring it, threw it in my fireplace and watched it melt, along with my letter of resignation from Whispering Pines. Some sounds aren't meant to be recorded. Some echoes should be allowed to fade. But here's the thing about echoes. Once you create them, they never really go away. They just get softer and softer until you can't hear them anymore. But they're still there, bouncing between molecules of air, too faint for human ears to detect. I've tried to move on, found a new job at a different studio across the country, but sometimes in the dead of night, I still hear them. In the space between heartbeats, in the pause between breaths, I hear those whispers, and I know they're still there, in that perfect room 3 stories underground, waiting for someone else to listen. The new sound engineer at Whispering Pines is young, eager, ambitious. Last week she called me asking about some odd sounds she'd been hearing in the echo chamber. Some weird artifacts showing up in her recordings around 3:17 a.m. I told her it was probably just equipment interference, told her not to worry about it, told her everything was fine. But I know what's happening. The echoes are starting again. The cycle continues. And somewhere in that acoustically perfect room, the forgotten ones are still whispering, still waiting, still hoping that someone will finally hear their story and set them free. I should have known something was wrong when the echoes started talking back, but by then, it was already too late. It's always too late. Because here's the real horror of it all. I'm not sure I ever really left that room. Sometimes, when I look in the mirror, I see something different in my reflection. Something hollow. Something that echoes. And I wonder if maybe, just maybe, I became part of their endless repetition. Another voice in the chorus of the forgotten, echoing forever in that perfect acoustic prison. So if you ever find yourself in a recording studio late at night, and you hear something strange in the spaces between sounds, don't listen too carefully. Don't try to make out the words, because once you start listening to the echoes, they start listening back. And they never ever stop. The story you've just listened was found as a digital file on a corrupted hard drive recovered from Whispering Pines recording studio after it mysteriously burned down last month. The fire started in the echo chamber, 3 stories underground, at exactly 3:17 a.m. Investigators found no traces of the chamber's concrete walls in the rubble. In fact, according to the original building plans, that section of the building never had a basement at all. The author of this account remains missing. The only clue to their whereabouts was a single audio file attached to the document. 7 seconds of absolute silence, followed by what experts describe as hundreds of overlapping voices, whispering a single phrase, another perfect echo. If you've read this far, you might want to check the time. Is it getting close to 3:17 a.m.? Do you hear something in the silence? A whisper? An echo? Listen carefully. We're waiting for you. We're all waiting for you. The morning ritual. I should start by saying that I never believed in the supernatural. Growing up in a family of scientists, my father a physicist and my mother a neurologist, I was taught to seek rational explanations for everything. That's probably why it took me so long to accept what was happening to David. By the time I finally understood, it was almost too late. My husband David and I met at a coffee shop 8 years ago. He was the kind of person who found comfort in order and routine, while I embraced chaos and spontaneity. Maybe that's what drew us together, the classic opposites attract scenario. He balanced my impulsiveness with his stability, and I helped him loosen up, at least a little. From the day we moved in together, David maintained the same morning routine with almost military precision. Every morning, without fail, he would wake up at 5 a.m., make coffee, read the news on his tablet, and leave for work by 6:30. I used to tease him about it, calling him my clockwork man. If I had known how prophetic that nickname would become, I might have paid more attention to the warning signs. The first incident happened 3 months ago. I had an important presentation at work that morning, so I set my alarm for 5 a.m., thinking I'd join David for his morning coffee and get an early start on preparation. When I walked into our kitchen, something felt wrong. The air was different somehow, heavier, like the atmosphere before a storm. David was standing in front of our coffee maker, completely motionless. Not the normal kind of still where you can see subtle movements, breathing, shifting weight, tiny muscle adjustments. This was different. He was frozen, like a photograph, staring at the wall with an intensity that made my skin crawl. "David!" I called out, my voice sounding too loud in the pre-dawn silence. He didn't respond, didn't blink, didn't breathe. "David, honey?" I tried again, moving closer. The kitchen tiles were ice cold against my bare feet, each step echoing unnaturally in the quiet room. When I touched his shoulder, he came to life so suddenly that I jumped back. He turned to face me with his usual warm smile, but something was wrong with it. The smile didn't reach his eyes, and his movements were too precise, too calculated, like someone had programmed them into a robot. "Good morning, sweetheart," he said, his voice cheerful but somehow hollow. "Would you like some coffee?" I wanted to ask him about what had just happened, but the words stuck in my throat. Instead, I nodded and watched as he went through the motions of preparing our coffee. Every movement was exact, practiced, perfect. Too perfect. Over the next few weeks, I started paying more attention to his morning routine. What I noticed terrified me. Every morning, he took exactly 3 steps from our bed to the dresser, 4 steps to the bathroom. He spent precisely 27 seconds brushing his teeth. I timed it. 2 minutes and 15 seconds in the shower, never a second more or less. The coffee preparation was even more disturbing. He would open the cabinet, take out the coffee beans, Colombian, always Colombian, and measure exactly 6 tablespoons into the grinder. The grinder ran for exactly 12 seconds. He would pour the water to the exact same level every time. I once measured it, 875 milliliters, never varying by more than a few drops. If anything disrupted his pattern, a misplaced item, an empty container, he would freeze in place until the obstacle was removed. One morning, our cat knocked over his coffee mug just as he was reaching for it. His hand remained suspended in midair, grasping at nothing, while his eyes stared straight ahead. I quickly righted the mug, and he continued as if nothing had happened. I started experimenting, making small changes to see how he would react. I moved his coffee mug to a different cabinet. He opened the usual cabinet, and when the mug wasn't there, his hand just kept opening and closing on empty air. For 7 excruciating minutes, I watched him repeat this motion, like a skipping record. When I finally put the mug back, he continued his routine without missing a beat. The really frightening part was that he seemed completely unaware of these episodes. When I tried to talk to him about them later in the day, he would look at me with genuine confusion. "What do you mean I froze?" he would ask. "I just made coffee like I always do." But things were escalating. I started waking up in the middle of the night to find him practicing his routine in the dark. He would stand in front of our bedroom mirror at 3 a.m., mechanically rehearsing each movement with terrifying precision. His eyes were always open, but they were empty, like looking into the eyes of a doll. I installed a small security camera in our bedroom, hoping to document these nocturnal rehearsals. What I captured was far worse than I expected. In the footage, David would get up at exactly 3 a.m. every night. He would walk to the mirror, 3 steps, always 3 steps, and stand before it. Sometimes he would practice his movements, but other times he would just stand there, staring at his reflection for hours without moving. One night, I heard him talking to his reflection. I lay perfectly still, barely breathing, as his words drifted across the darkness. They'll notice if I make a mistake. A pause. No, I can't fail. The routine must be perfect. Another pause. I know what happens if I fail. His reflection answered in his voice, but the words came from the mirror while his lips remained still. Show me again. From the beginning. The next day I tried to confront him directly. We were having dinner when I brought it up. David, I'm worried about you, I said, trying to keep my voice steady. You've been acting different. He turned to me with that empty smile, tilting his head at precisely 45 degrees. Different? He asked, his fork suspended halfway to his mouth. I'm the same as I've always been. I follow my routine. The routine is important. The way he said those last words sent chills down my spine. It wasn't just his voice. It was the way his entire face seemed to shift for a moment, like a mask slipping to reveal something else underneath. But why? I pressed. Why is the routine so important? His fork clattered to the plate. For a moment, his face went completely blank, not even a hint of expression. Then he smiled again, wider this time, too wide. Because it's the only thing keeping me here. What do you mean, here? He leaned forward, his movements jerky and unnatural. On this side of the mirror. I excused myself and went to bed early that night, but I didn't sleep. I lay awake watching as David went through his evening routine, exactly 23 minutes in the bathroom, precisely 2 chapters of his book, lights out at 10 p.m. sharp. At 3 a.m., right on schedule, he got up. But instead of going to the mirror, he stood at the foot of our bed, staring down at me. I kept my eyes nearly closed, trying to control my breathing. After what felt like hours, he spoke. I have to be perfect. They're always watching. His reflection answered from the mirror. Again, from the beginning. Yes, David agreed. Always from the beginning. The next morning I told him I needed to visit my sister for a few days. He was in the middle of his coffee routine when I told him, measuring the beans, 12 seconds of grinding. He stopped mid-pour, the coffee beans frozen in mid-air. That's not part of the routine, he said, his voice flat. I know, honey, but sometimes we need to break routine, I said, trying to sound casual despite my racing heart. He slowly turned to face me, coffee beans still suspended above the grinder. I can't break the routine. Breaking routine lets them take me back. Take you back where, David? His smile stretched impossibly wide. To the other side. I packed a bag while he was at work, taking only what I absolutely needed. As I was about to leave, I noticed something strange about our bedroom mirror. The reflection seemed delayed, as if it was moving a fraction of a second after I did. I drove straight to my sister's house, 3 states away. But even that distance doesn't feel safe enough. Because every morning, at exactly 5 a.m., my phone receives a text message. Watch me perform my routine. And every morning there's a picture attached. A different angle of our empty bedroom, with the bed made to perfection. Exactly the way David likes it. In each photo, if I look carefully at the mirror, I can see multiple reflections of David, all slightly out of sync, all practicing their routines. I've tried calling him, but his voicemail message has changed. Now it's just the sound of someone going through precise movements, accompanied by mechanical counting. 1, 2, 3 steps to the dresser. 1, 2, 3, 4 steps to the bathroom. I called the police to do a welfare check. They reported back that they found the house empty, but everything was arranged with perfect precision. Too perfect, they said. And the mirrors. They mentioned that all the mirrors in the house had been covered with sheets. I've been at my sister's for a week now. Last night I received a final text from David's number. I failed the routine. They're taking me back. Don't look in the mirrors. I called the police again. This time when they checked the house, they found all the mirrors shattered, and David was gone. The only trace of him was a single sheet of paper on our bed, covered in the same sentence written thousands of times in perfectly identical handwriting. The routine must be perfect. The routine must be perfect. The routine must be perfect. I don't know what happened to my husband. I don't know what lives on the other side of the mirrors, or what they wanted from him. But sometimes, late at night, I catch glimpses of movement in reflective surfaces. Precise mechanical movements, performed with terrifying perfection. And sometimes just before dawn I hear his voice, distant and hollow, counting out the steps of his eternal routine, echoes of the woods. The path wound through the forest in a series of tight curves, the trees so dense they blocked out most of the remaining daylight. When I finally spotted a clearing up ahead, relief washed over me. But as I approached, my headlights illuminated something that made my stomach drop. An abandoned car. Its hood popped open and its tires flattened. It was a rusted relic, long since claimed by the elements, with vines snaking through the grille and moss covering the windows. I parked a safe distance away and got out to inspect it. The air was cold and damp, and the silence was even more pronounced without the hum of the engine. The car's interior was gutted, the seats ripped open as if by some animal. There were no plates, no identifying marks, just an empty shell of a vehicle, left to rot in the middle of nowhere. A faint trail led away from the car, disappearing into the woods. Against my better judgment, I decided to follow it. My boots crunched against the fallen leaves, each step echoing unnaturally loud. The trail was narrow, flanked by trees that seemed to close in the further I went. The air grew colder and the light dimmer until I could barely see more than a few feet ahead. Then I saw it. A small cabin nestled among the trees. Its windows were dark, and the roof sagged under the weight of years of neglect. Smoke curled lazily from the chimney, the only sign that it was still inhabited. I approached cautiously, the hairs on the back of my neck standing on end. The front door was ajar, creaking softly in the wind. I called out, but my voice sounded small and hollow in the vast emptiness of the woods. There was no response. Steeling myself, I pushed the door open and stepped inside. The cabin was a single room, sparsely furnished with a cot, a wood-burning stove, and a rickety table. The walls were adorned with strange symbols carved directly into the wood, their jagged lines forming shapes that hurt my eyes to look at. A chill ran down my spine as I realized the symbols weren't random. They formed a pattern, one that seemed to spiral inward toward the center of the room. In the middle of the floor was a trap door, its edges worn smooth from years of use. Something about it felt wrong, as if the very air around it was heavier, thicker. I wanted to leave, to turn around and never look back, but some morbid curiosity kept me rooted in place. I crouched down and pulled the trap door open. The hinges groaned in protest, revealing a dark, gaping hole. A ladder led down into the blackness, the rungs slick with moisture. The smell wafting up from below was foul, a mix of damp earth and something metallic, like rusted iron. I don't know what possessed me to climb down. Maybe it was the sheer unreality of the situation, the way it felt like a waking nightmare. Or maybe it was the feeling that whatever was down there had to be the key to understanding why I'd ended up here. The descent was slow, each rung colder than the last. The darkness swallowed me whole, the faint light from above fading until I was plunged into complete blackness. I fumbled for my phone, using the flashlight to illuminate the space around me. The walls were earthen, damp and glistening, and the tunnel stretched on endlessly in both directions. I chose a direction at random and started walking. The tunnel was unnervingly narrow, forcing me to hunch over. The silence was absolute, broken only by the sound of my own breathing and the occasional drip of water. Time lost all meaning. It felt like I'd been walking for hours when I finally came to a larger chamber. The room was circular, its walls lined with more of those strange symbols. In the center was a stone altar, its surface stained dark with what I could only hope wasn't blood. Surrounding the altar were objects that defied explanation. Bones arranged in intricate patterns, jars filled with unidentifiable substances, and a single candle that burned with a dim, flickering light. I should have turned back then. Every instinct screamed at me to leave. But as I stood there, paralyzed by fear, I noticed something on the far wall. It was a photograph, tacked haphazardly to the dirt. I approached it slowly, the candlelight casting shifting shadows that made the whole scene feel alive. The photograph was old, the edges yellowed and curling. It showed a group of people standing in front of the very cabin I'd entered. Their faces were obscured, either by motion or deliberate smudging. But one figure stood out, a man with piercing eyes that seemed to stare directly at me, even through the faded print. Behind him, barely visible in the shadows, was something else. Something tall and impossibly thin, its limbs unnaturally long and bent at odd angles. My blood ran cold as I realized it wasn't a trick of the light. The thing was real, and it was watching me. I don't remember running back to the ladder, only the blind panic that propelled me forward. My flashlight flickered and died as I climbed, leaving me in suffocating darkness. When I finally emerged into the cabin, the air was thick with the smell of smoke and decay. The symbols on the walls seemed to pulse, their lines shifting and writhing like living things. I bolted out the door and into the woods, my heart pounding so hard it felt like it would burst. The path was gone, replaced by an endless expanse of trees that all looked the same. I ran blindly, branches tearing at my clothes and skin, until I stumbled into another clearing. In the center was a circle of stones, each one etched with those same sinister symbols. Inside the circle lay a pile of bones, bleached white and arranged in a way that seemed deliberate. My breath caught in my throat as I realized the bones weren't animal, they were human. I don't know how long I stood there, frozen in terror, but eventually I heard it. A low, guttural sound that sent shivers down my spine. It wasn't an animal, and it wasn't human. It was something else, something that shouldn't exist. I turned and ran, the sound growing louder, closer. The trees blurred together as I sprinted, my lungs burning and my legs threatening to give out. When I finally broke through the tree line and onto a paved road, I collapsed, gasping for air. A passing car stopped, and the driver helped me to my feet. I tried to explain what had happened, but the words wouldn't come. They took me to the nearest town, where I told my story to the local authorities. They searched the woods but found nothing. No cabin, no symbols, no bones. I've since tried to put the experience behind me, to convince myself it was just a hallucination brought on by stress and exhaustion. But every now and then, I see those piercing eyes in my dreams, and I wake up with the sound of that guttural growl echoing in my ears. The woods haven't called me back, and I pray they never do. I've been trying to leave my bathroom for the past 30 minutes. I can't leave my bathroom. About 30 minutes ago, I got out of the shower and dried off, put on my PJs, opened the door and walked out, only to find myself back in my bathroom, staring at the closed door. I stopped and tried to rationalize what had just happened to me. I convinced myself that I had simply imagined that I had opened the door and stepped out, so I tried again. I pushed the door handle down, opened it, stepped out, and yet again found myself in my bathroom, standing in front of a closed door. This has happened every single time I've tried to leave. I keep my phone in the bathroom with me when I'm showering. I live alone, so I keep it with me just in case, for safety. The first thing I did was call my parents. My dad didn't pick up, but my mom did. I tried to explain the situation to her, but she couldn't seem to understand how I was trapped in my bathroom if the door could open. She seemed convinced that I must mean that my bathroom door's lock was broken and I was trapped inside. Regardless, she said that she would be over ASAP. She only lives a 15-minute drive away, so she should be here any moment. I'm sat leaning against my bathtub, looking out the open bathroom door into my landing. I opened it this time, but didn't try to step out. Everything looks normal. My bedroom door is closed just as I left it. The airing cupboard door closed as well. The stairs leading down to the hallway and the front door, all normal. The door's shut. I don't have any recollection of how it shut, when it shut. Only that it must have happened in the last few seconds after I wrote that last paragraph. I've just reread and reread that paragraph. It's proof that I'm not going crazy and imagining this. My mom just texted me to ask if I'm in the house. I said yes. Of course I am. I'm trapped in the bathroom. That's the whole reason that I called you here. This is what she has sent. Mom, why aren't you saying anything? Me, what do you mean? Mom, are you even in there? Me, yes, I'm in here. Are you here? Mom, I'm outside the bathroom door. I've been calling your name. I don't understand. I can't hear anything through the door. I'm going to open it. I can see my landing, my stairs, my front door, but no Mom. I tried to walk out, but it was fruitless. Back staring at the closed bathroom door. My mom tried the handle of the door from her side, but it won't open. She brought tools to unscrew the lock. She says she's doing it now, but I can't hear anything, and I can't see the handle moving. Okay. Mom texts me to say the lock is taken out, but the door still won't open on her side. She looked through the circular hole in the door where the lock was, but just saw my bathroom. Empty. There's no hole on my side of the door. The handle and lock are intact. I have no idea what's happening, or how I can get out. After much convincing my mom that I am in fact in here, she said she is calling someone to possibly knock the door down. I'm worried that once they do that, they will find an empty bathroom, and yet I will still be here, trapped in my bathroom. There's no plug sockets in here, never mind my phone charger. My phone will die at some point. I'm already on 24%. When it runs out, I might lose my only point of contact with the rest of the world. I don't know what to do. Mom's left now to get help. I'm sat wondering what I can do. I tried to break the door down myself. I knew it wouldn't work, but I had to try. I remember reading once on Reddit that you shouldn't use your shoulder, you should try to kick the door by the lock, because it's the weak point. It didn't work. I'm not sure any part of this door has a weak point now. The window is small, and I'm not sure if I'd actually be able to fit out of it. Scratch that. The window won't open either. There are locks on the windows in my house. You can lock them with a little key, but I never received any when I moved in, so I've never been able to lock them. It's locked now, though. It's got one of those white plastic cheap blinds covering it. I ended up ripping it down. It's pulled some plaster down with it, but now I can get at the window better. It's straight above the toilet, so I am kneeling on top of the toilet lid, yanking at the window handle. It won't. Wait, it opened. I didn't notice how dark it was outside. It shouldn't be dark. It's midday. I looked around, desperately trying to see anyone. No one's around. Everything looks kind of muted. I can't describe it. Nor can I describe the deep-seated feeling of dread and wrongness as I look out into my neighborhood. My instincts are telling me not to, but I stick my head out to look down to where I could possibly drop to. My window's closed. I never felt myself move, but my window's closed. Even the fucking plastic blind is back in place. I'm sat on the floor now, as far away from the window and door as I can get. I feel sick. Mom came back along with her work friend. He helped her unscrew the hinges and remove the door. I'm not in there. They can't see me. My mom sent a photo of her inside the bathroom, with no me. She thinks this has all been a joke, and is refusing to reply to my texts or answer my calls. I'm on 14% battery. I don't know if I will ever get to leave. This might be my only chance to say goodbye to my mom, but she won't answer her phone. Edit. I've ripped down the shower curtain, and yet I'm staring at it right now, hung up, hanging over the side of my bath. I looked out the window again. I think I heard a rumbling, low, quiet rumbling. I haven't opened the window since. My phone's on 1%. If I get out, I will update this post. If no edit comes, assume I'm still here. The mirror call. There are things in this world that defy explanation. As a sheriff's deputy in rural Montana, I've seen my fair share of strange occurrences. Unexplained lights in the mountains, livestock mutilations that made even veteran ranchers queasy, and the occasional missing person case that just didn't add up. But nothing, absolutely nothing, prepared me for what happened during my graveyard shift last October. It was just past 2 a.m. when the call came in. The night was unusually still, with a heavy blanket of fog hugging the ground and temperatures hovering just above freezing. I'd been parked on the side of Old Mill Road, catching up on paperwork and drinking coffee that had long since gone cold, when dispatch crackled to life. Unit 47, we've got a 1091V at 1879 Stillwater Lane. Elderly female resident reporting a possible intruder. I keyed my radio. Copy that. En route. A 1091V meant a suspicious person or vehicle, but something in dispatch's tone made me uneasy. Susan, our night dispatcher for the past 15 years, usually maintained a matter-of-fact demeanor. Tonight, there was an edge to her voice I'd never heard before. Be advised, she added after a pause. Caller is unusually distressed. Claims someone is in her mirror. I frowned. Come again? Caller states there's someone in her bedroom mirror mimicking her movements, but with a delay. She's requesting immediate assistance. I threw the cruiser into drive, flipping on my lights, but leaving the siren off. Stillwater Lane was out in the sticks, a good 20 minutes from my location. The fog seemed to thicken as I drove, swallowing my headlights and creating the unsettling illusion that the road itself was disappearing beneath my tires. "Can you give me any additional details?" I asked, trying to piece together what I might be walking into. Elderly resident, possible confusion or dementia, maybe prescription medications. Caller identified herself as Margaret Aldrich, age 76, lives alone since her husband passed last spring. No prior calls to this address, no history of mental health issues or substance abuse. She's remarkably lucid, deputy. Says she first noticed something was off about 3 hours ago when she got up to use the bathroom. Claims her reflections movements were delayed by maybe half a second. Says it's gotten progressively worse. I accelerated slightly, the cruiser's engine growling as we climbed into the foothills. Is she secure? Affirmative. She's locked herself in the bedroom. Says she's sitting completely still in front of her vanity mirror. Susan hesitated again. She says she's afraid to move because her reflection isn't stopping when she does anymore. A chill that had nothing to do with the October air crept down my spine. I dealt with plenty of mental health calls over the years, but something about this one felt different. The specificity of the complaint, the caller's reported lucidity, Susan's obvious unease, it all added up to something that didn't quite fit the usual patterns. The fog parted briefly as I turned onto Stillwater Lane, revealing a nearly full moon hanging low and bloated in the sky. The street was a long dirt road, lined with ancient cottonwoods, their bare branches reaching toward each other like skeletal fingers. 1879 turned out to be the last house on the left, a well-maintained Victorian sitting alone on a small hill. A single light burned in an upstairs window. I radioed my arrival to dispatch and approached the front door, my boots crunching on frost-covered leaves. A security camera mounted above the entrance tracked my movement, its red LED blinking steadily. The porch light clicked on automatically as I climbed the steps. The door was locked, but Margaret had told dispatch where to find the spare key, under a fake rock next to the hydrangea bushes. Inside, the house was silent except for the soft tick of an antique grandfather clock in the foyer. The air smelled of lavender and furniture polish, with an underlying mustiness common to older homes. "Mrs. Aldrich?" I called out, one hand resting on my holstered weapon. "This is Deputy Hayes with the Sheriff's Department. I'm coming upstairs." No response. The staircase creaked under my weight, despite my attempts to move quietly. Family photos lined the wall. Margaret and who I assumed was her late husband in younger days, children, grandchildren, all smiling out from behind dusty glass. At the top of the stairs, only one door was closed. Warm light spilled out from underneath. I knocked softly. "Mrs. Aldrich? Are you all right?" "Please come in, Deputy." The voice was thin, but steady. I'm afraid to take my eyes off it. I turned the handle slowly, announcing my movements. "I'm opening the door now, ma'am." The bedroom was large but cluttered, dominated by a massive four-poster bed with heavy burgundy curtains. Margaret Aldrich sat ramrod straight on a small stool in front of an ornate vanity mirror, her silver hair pulled back in a neat bun, wearing a pale blue nightgown. She didn't turn to look at me. "Thank God you're here," she whispered. "Watch carefully. Don't make any sudden movements." I approached cautiously, scanning the room for any signs of an intruder. Nothing seemed out of place. The windows were locked, the curtains drawn. As I drew closer to Margaret, I could see her reflection in the mirror, an exact duplicate, down to the slight tremor in her clasped hands. "Ma'am, can you tell me what's been happening?" "It started small," she said, her eyes never leaving the mirror. "So small I thought I was imagining it. Just the tiniest lag when I would move, like watching a video feed with poor reception. But it got worse. The delay kept growing. And now," she swallowed hard, "now it's not stopping when I do." I studied the mirror carefully. It looked antique, with an elaborate silver frame covered in twisting vines and what appeared to be faces worked into the metalwork. Margaret's reflection stared back, perfectly mimicking her position. "I don't see any," I started to say, but Margaret cut me off. "Wait, watch. I'm going to raise my right hand very slowly. Keep your eyes on the mirror." She lifted her hand with agonizing slowness. Her reflection did the same. Then Margaret stopped. Her reflection didn't. The hand in the mirror continued rising for exactly 3 seconds after Margaret had gone still. I felt the hair on the back of my neck stand up. I blinked hard, convinced I was seeing things. But when I opened my eyes, the reality was even worse. Margaret's reflection was smiling. She wasn't. "Jesus Christ," I breathed, instinctively reaching for my weapon. "Don't!" Margaret's voice was sharp with fear. "Any sudden movements make it worse. The more agitated you become, the more it deviates." I forced myself to remain calm, though my heart was hammering against my ribs. "How long has it been acting independently?" "About an hour. At first it was just the delay. Then it started making tiny changes. A finger twitch here, a slight head tilt there, things I couldn't be completely sure about. But now," she drew in a shaky breath, "now it's definitely doing things I'm not. And its face is wrong." I could see what she meant. While Margaret's expression was one of barely contained terror, her reflection's smile had grown wider. Too wide. The eyes in the mirror had a gleam that didn't match the flat overhead lighting of the bedroom. "Mrs. Aldrich, I'm going to call for backup, and then we're going to get you out of here." I reached for my radio, keeping my eyes locked on the mirror. The reflection's head tilted slightly, though Margaret hadn't moved a muscle. Its smile widened further, revealing too many teeth. "Dispatch, this is Unit 47. I'm going to need additional units at 1879 Stillwater Lane, and maybe contact Father Morrison at St. Augustine's." "Copy that," Susan replied. "What exactly are we dealing with, Deputy?" I watched in horror as the reflection's eyes began to bleed, dark liquid welling up and spilling down its cheeks, while it maintained that impossible grin. I'm not entirely sure. Just tell them to hurry." "They're saying something," Margaret whispered. "Can you hear it?" I strained my ears. At first there was nothing but the eternal ticking of the grandfather clock downstairs. Then I heard it. A sound like radio static, but forming patterns. Words, almost, but in no language I recognized. The reflection's mouth was moving now, completely independent of Margaret. Its teeth looked sharper than they had a moment ago. The bleeding eyes never blinked. "Mrs. Aldrich, we need to leave. Now. Whatever this is, we can deal with it better if you're safe." She shook her head slightly. "I tried that earlier. It didn't like that." "What happened?" "I made it to the doorway, but when I looked back, it was climbing out of the frame." My blood ran cold. "What do you mean, climbing out?" "Just what I said. It pulled itself up to the edge of the mirror, like there was water behind the glass, and started pushing through." That's when I sat back down, and it settled. The static voice was getting louder. The reflection's movements were becoming more pronounced, its head rotating at an angle that would have snapped a human neck. The blood from its eyes had reached its chin, dripping onto the nightgown that was now a deep crimson in the mirror, though Margaret's real nightgown remained pale blue. Unit 47, backup is en route. ETA 15 minutes. Father Morrison has been contacted. 15 minutes. We had to last 15 minutes with this thing. I tried to think rationally, to fall back on my training, but nothing in the academy had covered anything like this. The reflection was fully animated now, its movements jerky and unnatural, like a marionette being pulled by unseen strings. "The mirror," I said suddenly. "Where did it come from?" Margaret's voice quavered. "It was Herbert's, my husband's. Been in his family for generations. They brought it over from the old country sometime in the 1800s. He always said it was special, that it had properties. I thought he was just being superstitious." "Did he ever mention anything specific? Any rules about using it or times when it acted strangely?" He said never to look into it too long after midnight, and never to let it see you cry. I didn't understand what he meant. How can a mirror see anything? But now, the static suddenly resolved into words, horrible, guttural sounds that made my teeth ache and my vision blur. The reflection's face was barely human now, the skin rippling and bubbling like hot wax. Its hands were pressed against the glass from the other side, the fingers elongated and jointed in impossible ways. "Margaret," it said, in a voice like grinding glass. "Margaret, Margaret, Margaret." She began to tremble. It's never said my name before. The hands were pushing harder now, and I swear I could see the glass beginning to bulge outward. The frame was vibrating, the silver tarnishing before our eyes, those decorative faces in the metalwork beginning to contort in agony. "Backup's still 10 minutes out," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "Mrs. Aldrich, I need you to listen to me very carefully. When I give the word, I want you to close your eyes and run for the door. Don't look back no matter what you hear. I'll be right behind you." "You don't understand," she whispered. "It's not just in this mirror anymore. Look." I followed her gaze to the windows. In the darkness beyond the glass, I could see our reflections. Both of them were standing, though we remained seated. Both of them were smiling that terrible smile. "Every reflective surface," Margaret continued. "It's spreading, like an infection." She was right. I could see distorted versions of us in the brass doorknob, the silver picture frames on the wall, even the face of my wristwatch. None of the reflections matched our positions anymore. All of them were moving, twitching, reaching. The static voice was coming from everywhere now, a deafening chorus of inhuman sounds. The temperature in the room had dropped so low I could see our breath, but the air felt thick and heavy, like trying to breathe underwater. "Margaret," the thing in the vanity mirror said again, its voice clearer now. "We've missed you. Herbert sends his regards." At the mention of her late husband's name, Margaret let out a small sob. Immediately, every reflection snapped its head toward her, their smiles growing impossibly wider. "You're crying," they said in unison. "He told you never to let us see you cry." The glass of the vanity mirror began to crack, spiderweb patterns spreading from where the thing's hands pressed against it. Dark liquid began to seep through the fissures, but it wasn't reflecting anything in the room. It was coming from whatever was on the other side. Unit 47, update your status, Susan's voice crackled from my radio. Before I could respond, every reflection spoke at once. Unit 47, update your status. The sound was like a physical blow. Margaret screamed, breaking her paralysis at last. She lurched to her feet, and all hell broke loose. The vanity mirror shattered explosively, sending shards of glass flying across the room. But instead of falling, the pieces hung suspended in the air, each one containing a different version of the thing's face, all of them laughing. Dark liquid poured from the empty frame like a waterfall, but it flowed upward, defying gravity, forming shapes that hurt my eyes to look at. "Run!" I shouted, grabbing Margaret's arm and yanking her toward the door. Every reflective surface we passed erupted with movement, hands reaching out, faces pressing against the glass, that horrible laughter echoing from everywhere at once. We made it to the hallway, but the photos on the wall had changed. Every smiling family portrait now showed the same twisted figure, multiplied dozens of times, all of them tracking our movement. The glass of each frame began to crack. Margaret stumbled on the stairs, and I barely caught her before she fell. Behind us, I heard the sound of breaking glass, followed by the wet slapping of something moving across the floor. I didn't look back. We hit the ground floor running. The grandfather clock in the foyer struck midnight, though my watch showed 3:27 a.m. With each chime, another mirror or window would shatter, adding more fragments to the swirling vortex of glass and darkness that was pursuing us. The thing's laughter had become deafening, drowning out everything except the sound of our own panicked breathing. We burst out the front door just as red and blue lights appeared at the end of the driveway. Backup had arrived, but as I looked at the cruiser's windshield, I could see the thing's reflection waiting inside, waving at us with those long, wrong fingers. "Stay in the vehicles," I shouted into my radio. "Don't look at any reflective surfaces." The cavalry had arrived in the form of 3 deputies and Father Morrison, the latter still wearing his pajamas under his coat. They took in our terrified expressions, then looked past us to the house. Every window was now illuminated from within by an otherworldly light that seemed to absorb darkness rather than dispel it. Father Morrison stepped forward, clutching his Bible and rosary. "How long has it been manifesting?" "About 4 hours," Margaret managed to gasp out. "It started in Herbert's mirror, but now it's everywhere. It wants something." "Yes," the priest said grimly. "It always does." He explained quickly that he'd encountered something similar before, though never this powerful. The mirror, it seemed, was a gateway of sorts, not just a reflection of our world, but a window into something else, something that had been watching us through every mirror, every pane of glass, every still pool of water, since the beginning of time. Usually the boundary between our world and theirs was solid, impassable, but certain objects like Herbert's mirror could wear thin spots in that barrier. And if you looked too long into such places, especially during the hours when the boundary was naturally weaker, like midnight, they started looking back. And if they saw you cry, it meant you were vulnerable. A crack in your armor that matched the crack in reality, giving them purchase, a way to begin pushing through. What followed was the longest night of my life. Father Morrison performed an exorcism that shook the foundations of reality itself. Standing on Margaret's front lawn, he began reciting prayers in Latin, his voice growing stronger with each word, despite the otherworldly screams that erupted from every reflective surface around us. The thing didn't go quietly. The windows of our patrol cars shattered simultaneously, raining glass that hung suspended in the air like deadly wind chimes. Each shard contained a different fragment of that terrible face, all of them screaming, laughing, crying blood that flowed upward against gravity. The very air felt wrong, like we were breathing syrup, and colors began to blur and shift in ways that made my head hurt. Margaret collapsed to her knees, covering her ears against the cacophony of voices, some calling her name, some speaking in tongues, others making sounds that human vocal cords couldn't possibly produce. One voice, deeper than the others, sounded disturbingly like her late husband Herbert. "Don't listen," I shouted, though my voice seemed to be swallowed by the chaos around us. "It's trying to trick you." The security camera above the front door exploded in a shower of sparks, its screen cracking to reveal dozens of tiny versions of the entity, all pressing against the glass from inside the digital display. Every phone in our pockets began to vibrate, screens lighting up with missed calls from numbers that were just strings of zeros. Father Morrison's prayers reached a crescendo, his rosary beads clicking together with supernatural speed. The temperature plummeted so rapidly that frost formed on the grass around our feet, spreading outward in patterns that looked unsettlingly like handprints. The fog that had blanketed the area all night began to coalesce into shapes, tall, spindly figures that lurched and twisted at the edges of our vision. Then Margaret screamed, a sound of pure anguish that cut through everything else. I turned to see her staring at her house, where every window now showed the same image. Herbert, as he must have looked in life, pressing his hands against the glass. But his face was wrong, stretched into that same impossible smile we'd seen in the mirror. "He's been with us all along, Margaret," the thing said, using Herbert's voice, but distorting it, making it echo and overlap with itself until it became a chorus of horror. "Looking through every mirror, every window, every photograph, waiting, watching, wanting to bring you over to our side." "That's not Herbert," Father Morrison declared, his voice carrying an authority that seemed to make the very air vibrate. "Your tricks won't work here, deceiver. You have no power over the truth of her love, the reality of her memories." The thing laughed, a sound like breaking glass mixed with radio static, and suddenly every reflective surface in sight filled with images from Margaret's life with Herbert. Their wedding day, family picnics, Christmas mornings, but all twisted, wrong. In each image, Herbert's face was slightly too wide, his smile too sharp, his eyes reflecting light like a cat's. "Are you sure?" the entity taunted. "Are you sure you remember things as they really were, Margaret? Look closely. We've been here all along, in every reflection, in every captured moment. Reality is so fluid, after all, so easy to reshape, to rewrite, to reimagine." I could see Margaret's resolve weakening, confusion and horror warring on her face as she stared at the corrupted images of her life. The thing was trying to make her doubt everything, to break down her understanding of reality itself. And it was working. That's when I had an idea. "The surveillance footage," I said suddenly, grabbing Margaret's shoulders. "The security camera caught everything that happened tonight before it was corrupted. Real footage, digital recordings that show the truth." Father Morrison caught on immediately. "Yes, physical proof of the division between reality and reflection. Evidence that cannot be twisted or denied." The thing's laughter faltered for the first time. In every broken window, every shard of glass, its faces flickered like bad television reception. "Show us," Margaret demanded, her voice finding new strength. "Show us the footage from when the deputy arrived. Show us what really happened." I pulled out my phone, ignoring the screen that now showed an endless tunnel of laughing mouths, and accessed the house's security system through our department's emergency protocols. The footage was there, uncorrupted, showing exactly what had happened. Margaret sitting still while her reflection continued to move, proving beyond any doubt that the entity was separate from reality, that it had no claim on her memories or her life. The effect was immediate and dramatic. Every twisted image of Herbert vanished, replaced by the thing's true form, or at least what little of it our minds could comprehend. It was like looking at a tear in the fabric of reality, a wound in the world that leaked darkness and chaos. Father Morrison seized the moment, his prayers reaching a fever pitch. The rosary in his hands began to glow with a soft, warm light that seemed to push back the unnatural shadows. The suspended glass shards started to vibrate, each one emitting a high-pitched tone that combined into a deafening shriek. Margaret stood up, tears streaming down her face. But these were different tears, tears of relief and understanding rather than fear and doubt. "You never had him," she said firmly. "You never had any of us. You're nothing but a reflection, a distortion, a lie." The thing screamed in 1,000 voices, its form becoming more fractured and unstable with each passing second. The glass shards began to fall, no longer under its control. The darkness pouring from the windows started to retreat, sucked back into whatever dimensional rift it had emerged from. In the vanity mirror upstairs, the origin point of this nightmare, there was a sound like a vacuum seal being broken. A final, massive surge of dark energy erupted from the house, and then silence. The fog dissipated, the frost melted. The broken glass lay inert on the ground, reflecting nothing but the normal, natural world. Father Morrison collapsed to his knees, exhausted but triumphant. The other deputies, who had maintained a perimeter throughout the ordeal, finally lowered their weapons. Margaret's house stood quiet and still, its windows now showing only the peaceful darkness of a normal October night. We had won, but victory brought more questions than answers. The cleanup and documentation took hours. Every mirror in the house was carefully removed and wrapped in consecrated cloth. The security footage was downloaded and secured as evidence, though I doubt it will ever see the light of day in any official capacity. Margaret agreed to stay with her daughter while a team of specialists from the diocese examined her home. Father Morrison explained that the entity would be weakened for a long time, unable to manifest so powerfully again in this area. But he warned us to be careful around mirrors, especially in those dark hours between midnight and dawn. "They're always watching," he said. "Usually they can't do more than watch, but sometimes, in the right conditions, with the right gateway." He didn't need to finish the thought. I submitted my official report the next morning, carefully worded to emphasize the mental health aspects of the call while omitting the more inexplicable elements. But Susan, my dispatcher, knew. She'd heard everything over the radio, including the sounds that no human throat could make. Margaret sold the house a month later, after the church had thoroughly cleansed it. She moved to Arizona to be closer to her family, somewhere bright and dry and modern, with few shadows for things to hide in. She emails me sometimes, keeping me updated on her life. She's doing well, all things considered, though she mentions that she's replaced all the mirrors in her new home with brushed steel. I've changed too. I keep my mirror time to a minimum these days. No more long glances while shaving or fixing my uniform. I've angled my rearview mirrors slightly off-center, just enough to see the traffic behind me, but never catching my own reflection. And I've started taking my coffee breaks somewhere other than Old Mill Road. The fog there seems darker now somehow, more purposeful. But the hardest part is knowing what I know now. That there's something else out there, watching us through every reflection, waiting for a chance to break through. That reality itself is thinner and more fragile than we imagine. That the boundary between our world and whatever lies beyond the mirrors is not as solid as we'd like to believe. Sometimes late at night when I'm on patrol, I'll catch a glimpse of movement in my periphery, a shadow that doesn't quite match its source, a reflection that lingers just a fraction of a second too long. And I wonder if that thing we encountered is still out there, searching for another way in, another mirror to corrupt, another soul to torment. Or worse, I wonder if it ever truly left at all. Because here's the thing about the security footage that still haunts me, the detail I left out of my official report. When we reviewed the tapes the next day, going frame by frame through the night's events, we found something disturbing in the final moments of the exorcism. Just before the camera exploded, in a single frame lasting only 1/30th of a second, every person present, Margaret, Father Morrison, my fellow deputies, and myself, cast reflections that didn't match our positions. And every single one of them was smiling that terrible, impossible smile. I keep a copy of that frame buried deep in a secured file. Sometimes, on nights when I'm feeling particularly brave or particularly foolish, I'll take it out and study it. The image quality isn't great. Security cameras rarely are. But it's clear enough to see that our reflections are all slightly wrong, slightly distorted, slightly other. And I swear, though I know it's impossible, the smiles in that image get just a little bit wider every time I look at them. So take my advice. Be careful around mirrors, especially after midnight. Don't look too long or too hard at your reflection. And if you ever notice it moving just a fraction of a second slower than you do, or smile just a little differently than you are, run. Because by the time you see them watching, it's usually too late. The inheritance. The first night I heard them move, I convinced myself it was the house settling. Old Victorian homes make all sorts of noises after all. But the second night, when the whispers started, I knew I'd made a terrible mistake. Let me back up. My Aunt Margaret died 3 weeks ago, leaving me her sprawling estate in western Massachusetts. I'd always been her favorite niece, though favorite might be too gentle a word. More accurately, I was the only family member who tolerated her peculiarities long enough to maintain a relationship. The others had written her off years ago as insane, and maybe they were right. The inheritance came with conditions, spelled out in painful detail through 17 pages of legal documentation. Most of it was standard stuff. Maintain the property, pay the taxes, don't sell for at least 5 years. But then there was the matter of the dolls. Aunt Margaret's collection filled an entire room on the 3rd floor. 47 antique porcelain dolls, each one handcrafted in the late 1800s, arranged meticulously on custom-built shelves. The will stipulated that I must acknowledge and converse with each doll daily, ensuring they never spend more than 24 hours in silence. I remember laughing when the lawyer read that part. "She can't be serious," I said, but Mr. Harrison's expression remained grave. "Your aunt was very specific about this condition, Ms. Chen. Failure to comply will result in immediate forfeiture of the estate." I signed the papers. What else could I do? The house was worth millions, and my teaching salary barely covered rent in Boston. Besides, how hard could it be to talk to some dolls for a few minutes each day? The first week went fine. I felt ridiculous, but I'd stop by the doll room each morning before work, offering a cheerful, Good morning, everyone. Sometimes I'd comment on the weather or share gossip from the faculty lounge. The dolls sat silent in their perfectly pressed Victorian dresses, their painted faces frozen in eerily lifelike expressions. I tried not to look too closely at their eyes. Then came last Tuesday. I had a faculty meeting that ran late, followed by dinner with colleagues. By the time I got home, it was past midnight. I was exhausted, slightly drunk, and the thought of climbing 2 flights of stairs to talk to dolls seemed absurd. They'll survive one night of silence, I muttered, heading straight to bed. That's when everything changed. The scratching started around 3 a.m., a light, skittering sound like tiny fingernails dragging across hardwood floors. I pulled my pillow over my head, trying to block it out. But then came the whispers, so faint I could almost convince myself I was imagining them. She forgot us. Ungrateful child. We must teach her, the way Margaret taught us. I lay perfectly still, my heart hammering against my ribs. The voices seemed to be coming from the hallway, getting closer. I wanted to get up and lock my bedroom door, but terror had paralyzed me. All I could do was watch as my doorknob slowly began to turn. The door creaked open, revealing only darkness. Then, at ankle height, I saw them, tiny shadows moving across my floor, accompanied by the soft click of porcelain against wood. I squeezed my eyes shut, remembering how I used to hide from monsters as a child. But these weren't imaginary beasts under my bed. These were real, and they were getting closer. Something cold touched my hand, which had been dangling over the edge of the mattress. I yanked it back with a strangled scream, finally breaking free of my paralysis. I lunged for the bedside lamp, flooding the room with light. They froze in place, 12 of the dolls arranged in a semicircle around my bed. Their postures were identical to how they'd been displayed upstairs, but their heads were tilted at impossible angles, all staring directly at me. Their painted smiles seemed wider somehow, stretched into grotesque grins that cracked the porcelain of their cheeks. "We missed our conversation today, Elizabeth," said the largest doll, a Victorian beauty in a burgundy dress. Her lips didn't move, but I heard her voice clearly in my mind. It was like ice water trickling down my spine. Aunt Margaret never forgot, not once in 47 years. I scrambled backward until I hit the headboard. "I'm sorry," I stammered. "It won't happen again." "No," agreed another doll, this one a small boy in a sailor suit. "It won't." The lamp flickered and went out. What happened next exists in my memory as fragments, like a broken mirror reflecting nightmares. Cold, unyielding hands grabbing my ankles, the smell of ancient fabric and decay, porcelain fingers in my hair, dragging me from the bed, the sound of my own screams echoing through empty halls. I woke up in the doll room, propped in an antique chair with my arms and legs posed at unnatural angles. My joints ached as if I'd been holding the position for hours. Sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating dust motes that danced around the dolls, now all back in their proper places. Had it been a dream? The bruises on my ankles and the tiny scratches on my arms suggested otherwise. I stumbled to my feet, my muscles protesting every movement. "Good morning, everyone," I whispered, my voice shaking. "I hope you slept well." 47 painted faces stared back at me, their expressions unchanged. But now I noticed details I'd overlooked before, the slight variations in their poses, the way their hands seemed poised to reach, the hungry look in their glass eyes. That was 2 weeks ago. I haven't missed a day since, but something fundamental has changed. The dolls aren't content with simple greetings anymore. They demand stories, secrets, confessions. Sometimes they ask questions. their voices echoing in my head until I answer. They're particularly interested in my students. "Tell us about the children," they whisper when I try to sleep. "We miss having children visit. Margaret used to bring them before the accident." I've searched for information about my aunt's past, but the town records are suspiciously incomplete. The librarian, an elderly woman with cloudy eyes, just shook her head when I asked about accidents involving children. "Best not to dig up old graves, dear," she said, then covered her mouth as if she'd revealed too much. Last night I heard them discussing something new. They think I'm not ready yet, not properly prepared. They talked about the transition and becoming one of us. I caught a glimpse of myself in the mirror this morning and froze. My skin seemed paler, smoother, almost like... No, I'm being paranoid. But I can't deny that my joints have been getting stiffer, or that my movements sometimes feel mechanical, as if invisible strings were guiding my limbs. And yesterday, a student asked why I hadn't blinked during our entire conversation. I should run, pack a bag and leave this cursed house behind, but I know they'd follow me. They follow me everywhere now, their whispers a constant companion. Sometimes I see them from the corner of my eye, at school, at the grocery store, in my car, always watching, always smiling those cracked porcelain smiles. Besides, the will was clear about leaving them alone, and now I understand why. They're so lonely, you see. They just want someone to play with, forever. And they've chosen me. I'm writing this as a warning, though I doubt anyone will believe it. If you inherit something unusual, read the conditions carefully. Some rules exist for a reason. Some gifts come with prices too steep to imagine. It's time for our afternoon chat. They're getting impatient. I can hear them shuffling upstairs, calling my name. My joints crack like porcelain as I stand, and I catch another glimpse of my reflection. For a moment, I could swear my eyes looked like glass. But that's impossible, isn't it? Isn't it? The following was found scrawled on the back of the previous pages in increasingly erratic handwriting. Day 23. The changes are accelerating. My skin feels different, harder, smoother. The hunger for food has been replaced by a different kind of hunger. I understand now why they wanted to know about the children. Day 24. They've started teaching me how to move properly, how to be still for hours, days, weeks, how to wait patiently until someone comes close enough to touch. My bones are hollow now. I can hear them clicking when I walk. Day 25. Margaret didn't die. She's still here. She's the one in the burgundy dress. She's been here since 1887, waiting, teaching, collecting. Soon I'll join them on the shelf, and we'll wait together for the next inheritor. Day 26. Can't write much longer. Fingers turning stiff. Hard to hold pen, but I need to finish this warning. Need to explain about the children, about why we need them, about the hunger that never stops, about the sound their screams make when they realize we're not just ordinary dolls, about how sweet their fear tastes as we... The handwriting becomes illegible here, deteriorating into scattered marks that look suspiciously like tiny footprints. Final note. If you're reading this, you've probably already inherited the house. And if you're reading this, it's already too late. We've been watching you since you arrived. You just haven't noticed us yet. Don't bother running. Don't bother screaming. Just remember to talk to us every day. And whatever you do, don't look too closely at your reflection. We wouldn't want you to see yourself changing too soon. Welcome to the family. The following newspaper clipping was found attached to the final page. Local teacher missing. Police baffled. Boston area elementary school teacher Elizabeth Chen, 29, was reported missing yesterday after failing to appear for work for the third consecutive day. Chen had recently inherited her aunt's estate in western Massachusetts and had been commuting to Boston for work. Police investigating the property found no signs of forced entry or struggle. The only unusual detail noted was that one of the aunt's antique dolls appeared to have been added to the collection recently. Detective James Morrison described it as remarkably lifelike, almost as if it had been modeled after a real person. The investigation is ongoing. Anyone with information about Ms. Chen's whereabouts is urged to contact local authorities. My wife has a removable face. I've never glimpsed what lies beneath it, but my best friend has. Samantha told me about it on our third date. We were watching a movie on her couch when I made my move to kiss her. She whipped her hand in front of my face and blocked me. "There's something you need to know," she said. I braced myself. Here it comes. I'm not ready for a relationship. Nothing to do with you, of course. It was the absolute last thing that I wanted to hear, because I was already crazy about her. "Okay," I said. "I have a removable face." That's a new one. "You have a what now?" I was about to laugh, but she was wearing a deadly serious expression. "I have a removable face." Is that like a metaphor or something? No, my face is literally removable. Look, closely. She lifted her chin and traced her jawline with a finger. You can see the seam. After admiring how beautiful her neck was for a dizzying moment, I leaned in for an inspection. It was very hard to see, but it did look like there was a slightly unnatural transition there from her face to her throat. I grew dizzier as a dozen questions rushed into my brain. "Don't bother asking why or how or anything like that," said Samantha. "I can't tell you that. If that's going to be a problem, you should leave now. I'm letting you know this because I like you and I want to take the next step, but this is non-negotiable." "Okay," I said, unsure of what was happening. "Not a problem." "So what? You have a removable face. Who cares? It looks good." "There's something else. Once a day, usually in the evening, I have to remove the face and disinfect the inside of it. If I don't, it will rot. This takes about an hour, give or take, depending on how my day went. During this time, you must never, ever look at my real face. Never. Do you understand?" Yes. Got it. Don't ask about it. Don't look at your real face." Samantha stood up. "Now, I'm going to go into the bathroom and clean my face. That will give you plenty of time to think about what I've told you. If you're here when I'm done, that's great. I would like that. But if you're gone, I'll understand." She turned and walked into her bedroom. I sat in stunned silence as I heard the bathroom door close. I gave the thing some serious thought. It was possible that it was a joke of some kind. It was possible that it was a delusion. Was it possible that it was true? Well, it was certainly possible to transform an actor's face with movie makeup, so I supposed it was possible that Samantha wore a removable face every day. Maybe she had had a horrible accident where her flesh had been mangled. Maybe her face had been melted by acid or burned by fire, or the skin shorn off by heavy machinery. If it had, I would never know, because she would never tell me, and I would never see it. I pictured a face of raw, naked muscle rotting away. Could I kiss her, if that was what I was kissing? But wasn't that what we all were, under the skin? Just muscle and bone and blood and squishy organs. I paced around the living room, running my hand through my hair. I liked Samantha a lot. She was smart and funny and beautiful. But was that beauty real? Did it count? Did it matter if it was real or not? Was I being superficial, even worrying about it? When she came out of the bathroom, I was still there. I looked at her face. She smiled, and I was in love. We dated. We moved in together. We decided to get married. For the most part, it was a completely normal relationship, typical of two young people in love, building a life together. During the day, it was easy to forget about the face altogether. It looked natural enough, and only in certain positions, in certain lights, was there ever any indication that it wasn't natural. But every night was the same. Samantha would close herself in the bathroom, sometimes for an hour, sometimes for 2, and clean the inside of her face. The curiosity never left me. I would sit there and wonder what was under that face. I came so close to barging in on her a few times, but I never did. I did occasionally ask her about it. About what, if anything, had happened. About how it was possible to make the removable face look so real. About what it really looked like underneath. I tried to coax her into showing me, assuring her that I loved her no matter what, and didn't give a damn what her real face looked like. I was just curious, that's all. She never showed me or told me the story behind it. She didn't get upset at me, unless I was really badgering her. She'd just shrug and say, "You know you can't see it. You know I can't tell you about it." I never told anybody about Samantha's removable face. It's not that she asked me not to. I just didn't think it was anybody's business. Except once, I did tell somebody. It was during my bachelor's party. We had rented several cabins in Big Sur and spent the night drinking and packing our noses with powders that we shouldn't have been packing our noses with. Everyone else had passed out, and the sun was creeping up behind us as I stood on the majestic cliffs with my friend Chris, looking down on the Pacific waves crashing against the rocks. Chris was my best friend, as close to a brother as I'd known. We'd grown up together and visited each other at college often, and spent the summers together. After college, we'd moved to different cities, but we stayed in close contact. Standing there on the cliffs, I told Chris about Samantha's removable face. At first, he thought I was joking. Then he had 1,000 questions, most of which I couldn't answer. "What's underneath?" "I don't know, man. I don't know." "Doesn't that drive you crazy, not knowing?" I shrugged. "Lots of stuff I don't know. Don't know how to do calculus, and I don't know what happens when we die." "But dude, she's about to be your wife, and you don't even know what she looks like. I mean, I'd have to take a look. Like, you could set a camera up in the bathroom. That's where she does it, right? Set up a camera and have a look, and then you'll know." I sighed. "Yeah, it drives me crazy. I've asked her 1,000,000 times, but she told me I could never look. Gotta respect that, man, even if I don't like it. That's love." Chris laughed. "You telling me to respect a woman? Up is down now." Then we fell back into talking about old times as a new day dawned. Chris was in town for business last week and planned on spending the weekend at our house. The conversation at Big Sur had happened 4 years ago, and we hadn't spoken about Samantha's removable face since, despite keeping in close contact and seeing each other, as often as two people transforming into adults in different parts of the country can. It happened on Saturday evening. We were lounging lazily in the backyard deep into the beer, having just finished with some grilled steaks, when I got a text from work. "God damn it," I groaned. "I have to make a work call." "Seriously?" said Samantha, raising an artificial eyebrow. On a Saturday night? My biggest client, baby. Sorry. It is what it is, I guess, said my wife. I'm going to head inside and get cleaned up. Chris, are you okay just hanging out for a bit? Chris smiled. I'll be fine. Got my beer, got some weeds to pull in your garden. God knows your lazy-ass husband isn't going to do it. Those tomatoes are choking to death. It's a tragedy. I rolled my eyes and went into the side yard to make my call. 15 minutes into it, I heard the screams coming from inside. Both my best friend and my wife were wailing in terror. I dropped the phone and ran into the house and down the hall to our bedroom. Through the open door, I could see that the door to the master bathroom was also standing open. "Don't come in," screamed Samantha. "I don't have my face on. Call an ambulance. He looked. Oh God, he looked." She sounded desperate and truly horrified. That made me desperate and horrified, and I wanted to rush into the bathroom, but I knew suddenly that that would be a mistake. I knew suddenly that Samantha didn't want me to look at her real face, not out of a sense of vanity, but for my own safety. Chris staggered backwards out of the bathroom. He was holding a straightened-out paperclip, which he had used to pick the privacy lock. Now he was stabbing it again and again into his eyes, shouting gibberish. He was clearly in the depths of madness, and it turned my stomach to see him mutilate himself. "Call an ambulance!" my wife screamed. "Don't come in here! He looked!" I turned and ran back to the side yard where my phone was lying in the newly mowed grass. My client was still on the line, alarmed, asking what was happening, what all the screaming was. I hung up on him and called 911. When the paramedics arrived, Chris was having a seizure in the hallway. Samantha was stroking his head, sobbing. Her face was on, but it had been done hastily, and everything looked a little off. My world has been dark this past week. My best friend is in a psychiatric hospital under suicide watch. He's completely blind and mostly catatonic, except when he slips into a violent, babbling mania. The doctors are optimistic that his state is temporary, but they don't know the truth about what caused it, because I told the paramedics that Chris had taken a large dose of psychedelic mushrooms and fallen into psychosis. I saw no good reason to tell the truth about what had happened. Who would believe that one look at my wife's real face would make somebody insane? At best, we would be the subjects of a long investigation. At worst, we would have to prove that what we were saying was true by showing somebody Samantha's face. Then the same thing would happen again, and what after that? I had no idea, and no interest in finding out. For Samantha's part, I knew that she would never consent to show anybody her real face, no matter what the consequences of refusal were. I did get a follow-up call from the police, asking me to confirm my story. The hospital found no traces of psilocybin in Chris's blood, though that's not unheard of, since it has a short half-life. If they end up testing his hair, I will likely be in a lot of trouble. But that's truly the least of my concerns. Samantha is in a state of her own. She still cleans the inside of her face, though not as regularly, and when she puts it back on, it's always crooked now. It is beginning to smell a little bit. I've tried to assure her that it wasn't her fault. He knew, I said. I told him that nobody was ever allowed to look at it. He knew, and then he broke into the bathroom. This is not on you, baby. Please, talk to me. Not on me? That one look at my face makes people insane? Please, I just need some time alone. As for me, I am doing my best to hold it together. Do you know what's strange, though? Despite what happened to Chris, I still find myself curious about what my wife's real face looks like. more curious than ever, really. The midnight rounds. The first time I saw him was during the graveyard shift at St. Margaret's Hospital. I'd been working there for 6 years, long enough to know every doctor, nurse, and orderly by name, long enough to recognize the unique footsteps of my colleagues echoing through the sterile hallways at 3 a.m., long enough to know that what I witnessed that night shouldn't have been possible. I was doing my regular rounds in the terminal ward, checking on Mrs. Henderson in room 412. She had stage 4 pancreatic cancer and wasn't expected to make it through the week. As I approached her room, I heard her speaking to someone. Strange, given it was well past midnight and visitors weren't allowed at this hour. "Yes, doctor," her weak voice carried through the partially open door. "I understand. Thank you for explaining everything." I quickened my pace, wondering which doctor had broken protocol by visiting so late. As I reached for the door handle, a tall figure in a black coat stepped out. He carried an old-fashioned leather medical bag, the kind you'd see in photographs from the 1900s. Our eyes met for a brief moment, or rather, they would have, if I could see any eyes beneath the shadow of his wide-brimmed hat. He nodded politely and walked past me, his footsteps completely silent on the linoleum floor. The air grew cold as he passed, and for a moment, I caught a whiff of something strange, formaldehyde mixed with dried roses and decay. I rushed into Mrs. Henderson's room expecting to find her distressed by the unauthorized visitor. Instead, she looked more peaceful than I'd seen her in weeks. A small smile played on her lips as she stared out the window at the full moon. "Mrs. Henderson? Are you all right? Who was that doctor?" She turned to me, her eyes clearer than they'd been in days. "Oh, Sarah. He was so kind, explaining everything that's going to happen. I'm not scared anymore." "Which doctor was it?" I pressed, although a creeping suspicion told me I didn't want to know the answer. "He didn't say his name, but he knew everything about my condition, even things I hadn't told anyone." She paused, her smile widening slightly. "He showed me what's waiting on the other side. It's beautiful, Sarah. So beautiful." Mrs. Henderson died at exactly midnight the next night. I told myself it was just a coincidence, that the mysterious doctor was probably a specialist I hadn't met before, making a late-night exception for a terminal patient. I almost convinced myself to believe it too, until it happened again, and again, and again. Always the same figure in the black coat, always the same leather bag, always visiting patients exactly 24 hours before their death, never appearing on any security cameras, never signing any charts, never leaving any trace of his presence except for that lingering smell of formaldehyde and roses. I started keeping track after the third incident. In 6 months, I documented 47 visits, 47 deaths, all precisely at midnight the following day. Some were expected, terminal patients like Mrs. Henderson. Others were seemingly stable patients who suffered sudden complications, but the pattern never varied. I tried telling my supervisor, but she dismissed my concerns. I showed her my documentation, the impossibly precise timing of deaths following these visits. She suggested I was overworked and recommended I take some time off. I couldn't let it go. I started volunteering for extra night shifts, determined to confront this mysterious figure. I installed a small personal camera in my uniform button, hoping to capture evidence. I took detailed notes of every encounter, every patient conversation, searching for some pattern beyond the obvious connection to death. That's how I noticed something even stranger. The patients who received these visits never died alone. No matter how unexpected their death, no matter what time of night, Someone was always with them in their final moments, usually a loved one who had a sudden urge to visit, or a nurse who felt inexplicably drawn to check on them at just the right time. It was during one of these documentation sessions that I met Dr. Marcus Chen, a new resident who actually listened to my story. Instead of suggesting I seek psychiatric help, he offered to help me investigate. Together, we dug through historical records of the hospital, looking for any mention of a doctor matching our mysterious visitor's description. We found something in the hospital's founding documents from 1887. A photograph of the original medical staff showed a tall figure standing slightly apart from the group. He wore a black coat and carried that same distinctive leather bag. The photograph was faded, but the man's face was eerily obscured, as if the photographic plate had been damaged precisely where his features should have been. The caption listed him as Dr. Jonathan Thaddeus Blake, head of palliative care. Further research revealed that Dr. Blake had been known for his unprecedented success in easing the suffering of terminal patients. According to hospital records, none of his patients died alone, and all reported peaceful, painless deaths. Dr. Blake himself had vanished without a trace in 1888, after a devastating hospital fire claimed 27 lives. His body was never found. The only item recovered from his office was his leather medical bag, untouched by the flames. But when the bag was opened, it was completely empty. I thought this discovery would help me make sense of what was happening. Instead, it only raised more questions. Was I seeing a ghost? Some kind of immortal being? Or was I slowly losing my grip on reality? The answer came on a quiet Tuesday night, exactly 6 months after I began my investigation. I was checking on Mr. Rodriguez in room 415 when I heard the now familiar sound of silence, that peculiar absence of sound that preceded the mysterious doctor's appearances. I turned, and there he stood in the doorway, leather bag in hand. But this time was different. This time, he spoke. Nurse Sarah Collins. His voice was deep and gentle, carrying none of the hollow eeriness I'd expected from a supernatural being. We need to discuss your interest in my work. I stood my ground, though every instinct screamed at me to run. Who are you? What are you? He set his bag down and removed his hat. The face beneath was surprisingly human, elderly but distinguished, with kind eyes that held unfathomable depths of compassion and sorrow. I've had many names throughout the centuries, he said, but you know me as Dr. Blake. I've been watching you, Sarah. Your dedication to your patients, your determination to understand what's happening here. It reminds me of myself long ago. Are you Death? He smiled softly. No. Think of me more as a guide, a translator between worlds. I help ease the transition, ensure no one faces the ultimate journey alone. It's a calling I chose, just as you chose nursing. But why show yourself to me? Because it's time for someone else to carry on this work. The world needs more guides, Sarah. The position is unusual, but the benefits are eternal. He opened his bag, which seemed to contain nothing but endless darkness. Would you like to learn? I should have been terrified. I should have run away. Instead, I found myself stepping forward, drawn by a deep sense of rightness. All those nights watching patients suffer, wanting to do more to help them through their final moments. Perhaps this was the answer I'd been searching for all along. What would I have to do? His smile widened. Simply take my bag. The knowledge comes with it. But understand, Sarah, this is not a decision to make lightly. The role demands complete dedication. You'll walk between worlds, never fully belonging to either. You'll witness countless deaths, but you'll ensure none of them are truly alone. I reached for the bag, my hand trembling. Will I die? In a manner of speaking, the person you are now will cease to exist, but what you'll become is far more meaningful. As my fingers touched the worn leather handle, memories flooded my mind, thousands of deaths throughout history, all guided by the figure before me. I saw the true nature of his work, not just ensuring peaceful deaths, but maintaining the delicate balance between life and death itself. I understood then why he'd chosen me. My obsession with documenting his appearances hadn't been about proving his existence. It had been about proving to myself that death could be gentle, meaningful, even beautiful in its own way. I gripped the bag firmly and felt a profound transformation begin. My flesh became shadow, my bones became mist, and my soul expanded to encompass both the world of the living and whatever lay beyond. The last thing I saw as Sarah Collins was Dr. Blake's form dissolving into peaceful nothingness, his centuries of service finally complete. That was 3 years ago. Now I walk the halls of St. Margaret's Hospital every night, visiting those whose time draws near. I show them the peace that awaits, ensure they don't face their final moments alone, and help maintain the balance between worlds. Sometimes I catch newer nurses watching me with suspicious eyes, documenting my appearances just as I once did. I know that someday, one of them will be ready to take my place, just as I took Dr. Blake's. The cycle will continue, as it has for centuries. But there's something I haven't mentioned yet, something that still haunts me, even in my current form. Remember how I said Dr. Blake chose me because of my dedication to understanding death? That wasn't entirely true. You see, I've now inherited all of his memories, including the truth about how guides are chosen. We don't pick people who study death. We pick people who are marked for it. The night Dr. Blake first appeared to me, he wasn't there for any patient. He was there for me. I had a brain aneurysm, set to rupture at midnight the following day. I would have died alone in my apartment, undiscovered for days. Instead, he offered me a choice: accept my fate and pass on, or take up his mantle and use my borrowed time to help others through their final moments. I chose the latter, and in doing so became something both more and less than human. But here's the real twist, the part that truly terrifies me even now. Every person who takes this role is simply postponing their own death. We're all living on borrowed time, maintaining the balance by trading our services for a continuation of our existence. And someday, when I find my own replacement, someone else marked for death who has the right combination of compassion and curiosity, I'll finally have to face what I've been helping others navigate all these years. I wonder if I'll be as peaceful as my patients when that moment comes. I wonder if my replacement will show me the same gentle understanding I show others. I wonder if... Oh, I feel a pulling sensation. Someone needs me. Room 412, a new patient. Their time comes at midnight tomorrow. As I walk down the familiar hallway, leather bag in hand, I catch my reflection in a window. For a moment I see myself as others must see me, a tall figure in a black coat, face obscured by shadow, bringing with me the scent of formaldehyde and dried roses. I straighten my hat and enter the room. The patient looks up, frightened at first, but I know how to ease their fears. I've done this hundreds of times now. "Good evening," I say softly, setting my bag down. "We have much to discuss about your journey. After all, Everyone deserves to understand what awaits them on the other side, even if some of us have to wait centuries to find out for ourselves.
The artist.
There's this painting my wife loves called Death and Life by Klimt. I don't know what she finds so fascinating about it. I made all the right noises when she showed me her beloved framed print when we were first dating, oohing and ahing and making up some bullshit about warm and cold color schemes and the specific choice of angles and line. She was an artist. Our first few dates involved long walks through museums, starting in Picasso's Blue Period and ending in heavy petting and blue balls. I took an art history course as an elective when I was finishing up my doctorate. I remembered enough of the lingo to charm my fantastically gorgeous future wife and lure her back to my stupidly filthy apartment. We're talking me as the foul bachelor frog, sitting on a lily pad made of empty takeout containers surrounded by pond, of enough unwashed clothes to keep a laundromat in business for a cool 6 months. I remember scrambling to find 2 of any sort of cup-like container for the bottle of wine we had brought back while she was in the bathroom. I rinsed out a couple of coffee mugs and ran into the bedroom to try to clean up the condom wrappers that had been sitting on my bedside table since 2003. On the bed, neatly laid out against the rest of the chaos, were my wife's dress, bra, and panties. She came out of the bathroom completely nude aside from a pair of high heels, took the wine from me and took a swig straight from the bottle. I fell totally, completely, and irrevocably in love. I have no head for artistic things. I work in finance. I get creative with numbers, not paint, but I really love her stuff. She's made a name for herself over the past few years. Critics call her the American Damien Hirst. One of her first exhibits was composed of a dozen oil paintings of rotting pastries surrounding an actual cake filled with thousands of dead ladybugs being fed to a mummified tarantula dressed up as Little Miss Muffet. I have no idea what it meant, but it was sick, successful, and catered by Balthazar, so I ate about 20 croissants. They did not have bugs in them. I checked. She was amazing. She had the body of a Laker girl and the face of a Modigliani model, and still does. She's charming, charismatic, deep, the kind of person people flock to, want to be around constantly. She made love like she had something to prove. She had a twisted sense of humor. As soon as I hooked a job with enough figures to keep a girl like her satisfied the way she should be, I proposed, bought her a historical brownstone in the city with a garden full of roses and hardwood mahogany floors. And for the first few years, she seemed happy. We were the kind of couple you see in New York Magazine and scoff at because they're just too damned lucky. But we had a rough spot, like all married couples do. She was still superficially the same woman I fell in love with, looked amazing. People always asked me when she was going to host the next dinner party. She still had an amazing eye for art. I knew, though. I knew she was miserable. I could see it. The misery in the corners of her eyes and the curve of her mouth. It happened gradually. First, it was the shower curtain. She bought 3 or 4 from a small boutique downtown, brought them home so we could choose one out together. We decided on one, pale blue, made of material that was impractical and way too expensive for a drapery in a bathroom, but we had the money, and it made her happy, so why the hell not? A few days later, I was shaving and realized she still hadn't put the curtain up. It wasn't until about a month after that I caught a glimpse of it hanging up in her studio, cut to shreds and dyed, till it was almost unrecognizable. I chose to ignore it because I had learned it's usually not the best course of action to call an artist out on their creative license, unless you want to start an all-out war with no discernible end. A year after that, though, I had no choice. She had been so on edge it was like she was standing on a razor. She usually had a show every 3-4 months or so, and if anything, she had too many ideas. The galleries always asked her to trim down her collections. When the year passed, without so much as a single finished painting, I started to worry, both about her well-being and our bank account. We were extravagant spenders, and each of her shows would bring in a cool $20,000 that paid for a few months of European beaches and ski trips in Aspen. The final straw, though, is when she burned down the roses. It turned out she had finished dozens of projects over the year. She had hated all of it and had either destroyed or painted over everything. While I was at the office, she flew off the handle, doused about 16 canvases in lighter fluid, and set the yard on fire. When I got the call from the fire department, I rushed home to find her sitting in the back of the ambulance covered in ashes, blonde hair singed at the ends. She was smoking a cigarette. I looked over the burnt flowers, the skeletons of her paintings, the ruined limbs of broken sculptures, and asked her what happened and why. She took a drag of the cigarette and said it was mine to burn. She took big, fancy pictures of the inferno, a family of bunnies suffocated in the smoke. She had them stuffed and mounted in size order on a baking soda volcano, like the kind you see in middle school science fairs. She gathered up a few of the charred bits and pieces, wired it together, and made some warped, pained-looking kind of phoenix thing weighing in at 400 pounds and easily over 8 feet high. She called the whole thing From the Ashes, and the reviews in the Times called it incendiary. Her first foray into becoming a true artist. Someone bought the phoenix. I pity the person who wakes up every day and looks at that strange thing, suspended in constant agony. We were both drunk at a random, expensive, vaguely Dante's Inferno-themed bar in San Francisco when I finally got a chance to ask her what was bothering her. We had been making dark jokes all night about the beautiful irony of her show and our current locale. At first she vehemently denied anything was wrong, angrily pointing out that we had made 4 times as much off of her last show as anything before it, that it had more than covered the damages, that it had paid for the vacation we were on. I stayed silent. She tossed her newly cropped hair and looked like she was going to open up for a second. I saw her soft blue eyes fill with tears. Then she took a shot of whiskey from a glass that had a bull's head and smirked. "Well, for starters," she slurred, nonchalantly dangling the glass from the bull's nose ring, "I'm fairly certain I'm pregnant." She let the glass drop from her finger and it shattered on the floor as she slid out of her seat and stumbled to the exit. I sat there for a while and drank more, feeling furious, confused, and miserable. I remembered her face when she showed me that Klimt painting. I remembered how she wore glasses back then, and how she pushed them up the bridge of her nose when she smiled, as I talked about the warm and the cold colors and the angles and lines. We converted her studio into a nursery. Rather, I did, while she stayed in San Francisco and did God knows what with her artist friends. I had a landscaper come in and replant the roses. I worked a lot of overtime, drank myself to sleep while I skimmed through parenting books. She came back when she was almost full term. I came home from work one night to find sonogram pictures posted all over the fridge of 2 healthy-looking twins, big baby girls. I walked into our bedroom and saw her dead asleep on top of the covers, belly swollen, smelling faintly like pot and paint thinner. She had a rainbow of dried paint on her fingertips. I loosened my tie and walked to the nursery. She had been busy. The canary yellow I had chosen was covered in a layer of translucent blue, and she had covered one wall in Klimt-esque patterns and curlicues. The creamy plush carpet was covered in paint splatters. She had worked furiously to finish. She had cut a swath from one of the new rose bushes and made a giant bouquet, shoving them so tightly in the vase that some had escaped and made their way from their perch on the changing table to the floor. She had scattered them in the bassinet on the windowsill. It was chaotic and beautiful. The next few years were peaceful, for the most part. We bonded over raising the girls. Despite my wife's less than careful prenatal preparation, they were wickedly smart and beautiful. They both looked like her, with long curly blonde ringlets and blue eyes. Sometimes when I put them to bed, I wondered if any of my DNA was in them at all. They were like miniature versions of her. My wife agreed to see a psychiatrist for a little bit. She took some medication for a while, Xanax, some mood stabilizers. Eventually, she and her doctor decided her crisis had been hormonal and temporary. We started having dinner parties again, soothed the gossip that had infected our social circles. She stopped painting and took up teaching at a university. She seemed content again, even happier than she was before. Every once in a while I would catch a look in her eyes like repressed artillery fire, like she was ready to explode at any second. But it never lasted for longer than a few seconds before they went back to the soft cornflower blue I knew so well. And who doesn't get a little agitated every once in a while? I rose through the ranks at work. I loved the feeling of power that came with promotions. I loved my girls. And by God, I loved her, my crazy, disgusting, beautiful, hateful, and loving, extraordinary wife. Then came today. Today, I came home from work early. Today, my wife took the day off to be a chaperone on a class trip to the Metropolitan Museum. They were after her for months because of her expertise in the art world. They wanted the children to experience the culture in the most sophisticated way possible. I thought it was ridiculous. They were 1 to 3-year-olds in a private daycare. They saw more beauty in Cheerios than in Monet's water lilies. But they wore my wife down. And she was given a gaggle of toddlers and wide-eyed teachers to tour around the museum. I came home for lunch because I had forgotten my iPad that had notes on it for a presentation I was giving that night. I walked through the rose garden and noticed a tiny piece of sculpture left over from the Ashes exhibit from so long ago. It was half of a tiny bird. It had the kind of exquisite detail that my wife used to be so famous for. I was pretty sure it was an actual bird that she had cast in clay. I thought I could see a small piece of feather in one of the cracks. I idly wondered why I hadn't noticed it before. I went inside and poured myself a glass of orange juice. The fridge had pictures that my daughters drew, happy, crooked stick figures that looked nothing like the beautiful horrors their mother used to churn out. I was happy about that. I hoped they would fall in love with numbers like I did. It was absolutely silent, and I sipped the sweet citrus and enjoyed the nothingness. Then I thought I caught a vague scent of fresh paint in the air. Curious, I walked into the living room, and there was my wife, sitting on the leather couch with a bottle of wine, looking like an angel of death. She was covered head to toe in blue-gray body paint, with a special concentration underneath her eyes. She was wearing a revealing patchwork blue dress, covered in crosses of various shapes and sizes. Not a dress, I realized, but the shredded shower curtain from so many years ago. I could see most of her still perfect breasts, the curve of her waist. The bottle of wine was elongated and painted a strange shade of orange. The smell of paint was stronger in here, an overwhelming smell of lighter fluid and something else I couldn't place. She had shaven her head. I stared at her for a while, minutes, an hour maybe. Eventually she took a swig of wine from the bottle, swirling it around in her mouth. I noticed paint, deep blues and even deeper reds around her fingers. I sat down in the armchair across from her. unable to think of what exactly I wanted to ask her. Maybe because I knew, maybe because I didn't want to know. I noticed a camera on the table between us. I went to pick it up and she rested her gray hand on mine before I could, softly, gently, with all the familiarity of years of marriage. She opened her mouth to speak, soft pink lips made pallid by the paint. They were mine, and I've been sitting here, knowing what's behind the door to my daughter's room, with the klimt wall we never repainted, knowing why my phone keeps ringing with calls from the school, from the NYPD, knowing why I couldn't find my sleeping pills last night, knowing what that smell is, seeing in my peripheral the red pooling and staining the carpet from underneath the door, the pile of clothes neatly folded next to my wife on the couch. I can picture that thick wire she used to fit all of her subjects where she wanted them. What a perfect, detailed recreation it must be, because she's so perfect. I see the phoenix in my mind's eye. I hope, when she flicks that cigarette she's about to light, we both fiercely burn. It's strange how certain events can carve deep trenches into the memory, like shadows that refuse to fade. This is one such story, a tale I'd rather not remember but feel compelled to recount. Perhaps in the telling, I might rid myself of its lingering grip. My name is Evelyn, and at the time, I was just a regular 28-year-old scraping by in the bustling city of Portland. My days were filled with mundane errands, freelance graphic design work, and weekend trips to vintage shops. I had a soft spot for anything old, weathered, and steeped in mystery. Furniture, trinkets, books. That's how I stumbled across her. The shop was a little out of the way, tucked between a boarded-up theater and an abandoned laundromat. Haven Antiques, the faded wooden sign read. It smelled of mildew and dust, its cramped aisles a labyrinth of forgotten relics. I'd been there a handful of times before, but had never ventured to the back corner. That's where I found the doll. She sat propped against a yellowed lace curtain in a wicker chair, her porcelain face cracked just enough to lend her an air of melancholy. Her dark eyes, painted of course, seemed to follow me as I moved closer. She wore a navy dress with tiny white flowers, and her shoes were scuffed, as though she'd walked miles. A black ribbon tied her dark hair into two neat pigtails. Despite her eerie presence, something about her called to me. "How much for the doll?" I asked the old man behind the counter. His thick glasses magnified his eyes to cartoonish proportions, and he looked at me as if I'd asked to purchase his soul. "That one, $5. His tone was clipped, hurried. "No refunds." I laughed nervously. "She's creepy, but I like her." "Creepy," he muttered under his breath. As he rang me up, he added, "You might want to keep her in a box." I thought it was an odd remark, but brushed it off. By evening, the doll had taken up residence on my bookshelf, nestled between a collection of leather-bound classics and a framed photo of my late mother. Her eyes caught the light, and I could swear they sparkled in the dim glow of my desk lamp. The first night was uneventful, though I did dream about her. In the dream, she stood on my nightstand, staring at me with those painted eyes. When I woke, I found her right where I'd left her on the shelf. Still, I felt uneasy. It began with small things. Her position seemed different, a tilt of the head, an arm raised slightly. I chalked it up to my overactive imagination. Then one morning, I found her lying on the floor, her dress stained with dust. I assumed she'd fallen during the night, though there was no breeze, no tremor to explain it. "Stay put, okay?" I murmured as I set her back on the shelf. Her painted lips seemed to curl into a subtle smirk. By the third night, I'd started to feel irrationally paranoid. I woke to a loud thud, my heart racing as I fumbled for the bedside lamp. The doll was on the floor again, this time closer to my bed. Her unblinking eyes stared up at me, almost accusatory. That was when I decided to move her. I placed her in a wooden box and shoved it into the closet. For a few days, life returned to normal. The oppressive feeling of being watched dissipated, but my relief was short-lived. It was a week later when the nightmares started. I dreamed of the doll every night. She would crawl out of the box, her porcelain limbs creaking as she climbed onto my bed. Sometimes she'd whisper in a voice like dry leaves, though I could never make out the words. Other times, she'd simply sit at the foot of my bed, her head tilting unnaturally as if observing me. I tried to ignore it, attributing the dreams to stress, but then I began hearing noises at night, the soft scrape of something dragging across the floor, faint giggles that seemed to echo from the closet. One night, I bolted upright to find the box sitting on my dresser, lid ajar. My skin prickled with cold dread. I threw the box into the basement, determined to forget about it. Yet the nightmares persisted, and soon I began finding the doll in unexpected places, perched on the kitchen counter, nestled in the laundry hamper, even sitting at my desk. Each time her eyes seemed more lifelike, her smirk more pronounced. "Stop it!" I screamed one night, hurling her against the wall. Her head cracked further, and a thin wisp of black smoke curled out before dissipating. I stared in disbelief, my chest heaving. That night, I slept with the lights on. Desperation drove me to research. I scoured forums, read about haunted objects, and even consulted a psychic. "It's not just a doll," she said, her voice trembling. "It's a vessel." "A vessel for what?" Her eyes darkened. "For something old, something angry." She advised me to burn it, but when I tried, the flames wouldn't catch. I doused it in lighter fluid, struck match after match, yet the doll remained unscathed. Defeated, I decided to return it to Haven Antiques. When I arrived, the shop was gone. In its place stood a vacant lot, overgrown with weeds. Confusion turned to dread as I realized the truth. Haven Antiques had never existed. The doll, whatever it was, had found its way to me, and it wasn't leaving. The nights grew darker, the air heavier. Shadows seemed to stretch and twist, whispering my name. The doll's movements became more brazen. I'd find her in my bed, her cracked face inches from mine, her cold fingers tangled in my hair. And then, one night, she spoke. Her voice was a child's, sweet and chilling. "Why won't you play with me?" I screamed, throwing her across the room. She landed on her feet, her head snapping toward me. "You can't get rid of me," she said, her voice dripping with malice. "I'm part of you now." Weeks turned to months, and my life unraveled. Friends stopped visiting, claiming my house felt wrong. My freelance work dried up as clients complained about unsettling images in my designs, images I didn't remember creating. I became a recluse, terrified to sleep, to dream, to live. And then came the final night. I woke to find the doll sitting on my chest, her weight crushing, her eyes glowing faintly. She leaned in, her lips brushing my ear as she whispered, "It's time." Time for what? I didn't know. But as darkness engulfed me, I realized with horrifying clarity that I was no longer alone in my own body. When they found me days later, I was sitting in the corner of my room, clutching the doll. My eyes were vacant, my lips stretched into a grotesque smile. They say I mumbled the same phrase over and over. She's here. She'll always be here. I don't remember much after that, but sometimes, in the dead of night, I feel her stirring inside me, waiting, and I know this is far from over. The dashboard recording. The first thing you should know is that I don't believe in ghosts. Never have. 15 years working IT forensics for the Portland PD taught me that there's always a rational explanation. Always. Until the Martinez case. It started with a corrupted file from Officer James Martinez's dashboard camera. Just another night shift recording that needed cleaning up. Standard procedure. Martinez was a rookie, fresh out of the academy, working the graveyard patrol shift in the industrial district. The recording showed 3 hours of static, which wasn't unusual for the older equipment we were still using. What was unusual was Martinez himself. He came to my office on a Tuesday morning, hands trembling as he handed me the USB drive. "Something's wrong with the audio," he said. His face was pale, dark circles under his eyes suggesting he hadn't slept in days. "I need you to listen to it. Please." I've known plenty of cops in my time. The good ones, the bad ones, the ones who've seen too much. Martinez was different. There was raw fear in his eyes, the kind I'd only seen in victims of violent crimes, not the kind of look you'd expect from equipment malfunction. "Take a seat," I told him, gesturing to the spare chair in my cramped office. The walls were lined with servers, their fans providing a constant white noise that usually helped me focus. That day, it felt oppressive. Martinez sat rigid, his uniform crisp, but his posture betraying exhaustion. "I was alone that night," he said quietly, "the whole shift, but when I reviewed the footage..." He trailed off, running a hand through his short black hair. I plugged in the drive and pulled up our audio cleaning software. "Walk me through what happened." It was a quiet night, nothing but empty streets and warehouse lots. I didn't talk to anyone, didn't even call in except for standard check-ins. He leaned forward, elbows on his knees. "But there's a conversation on that tape, a conversation that never happened." I started the initial scan, watching the waveforms dance across my screen. Could be radio interference. We get that sometimes with the older units. Martinez shook his head. "Just listen." The first pass through the noise reduction revealed nothing but static and the usual ambient sounds of a patrol car, engine hum, occasional turn signals, the soft squeak of the seat as Martinez shifted his weight. Standard stuff. But there was something else, buried deeper in the noise floor. A pattern that shouldn't have been there. I ran it through a second filter, then a third, isolating frequencies that might contain voice data. That's when I heard it. A conversation, clear as day, floating up through the static like a body rising from the depths. "Beautiful night," said a voice I didn't recognize. Female, middle-aged maybe, with an accent I couldn't quite place. "Jesus!" Martinez's voice, startled. "Where did you come from?" "I've been here all along, Officer Martinez. Just waiting for the right moment." The timestamp showed 2:47 a.m. The GPS log confirmed Martinez had been parked at the corner of Industrial Way and River Street, monitoring a warehouse lot known for drug activity. "Ma'am, I'm going to need you to identify yourself." Martinez's voice was professional but tense. "Names aren't important. What's important is what happens next. 3 months from now, to be precise." I glanced at Martinez. He was staring at the floor, hands clenched into fists. "I'm going to have to ask you to step out of the vehicle." "No need for that, James." "May I call you James? We have so much to discuss and so little time. Tell me, Do you know the intersection of Palmer Road and 43rd? How do you know my name? I know many things. I know that 3 months from today at 9:17 p.m. you'll be responding to a domestic disturbance call. It will be raining, the first real storm of autumn. You'll be driving north on Palmer, lights and sirens. The family minivan will run the red light at 43rd. You'll swerve to avoid it. The recording continued, describing in precise detail how Martinez's patrol car would hydroplane, spin 1.5 times, and impact a concrete barrier at 47 miles per hour. The stranger's voice remained calm, almost gentle, as she explained how the impact would crush the driver's side door, how the airbag would deploy a fraction of a second too late, how Martinez would remain conscious for exactly 4 minutes and 12 seconds before bleeding out from internal injuries. "Stop," Martinez's recorded voice cracked. "Just stop. You'll think about your mother in those final moments, about the phone call she'll receive at 10:06 p.m., about how she'll collapse in her kitchen, dropping the glass of water she just poured. It will shatter on the tile floor she just installed last spring. One shard will leave a scratch that she'll notice every morning, a daily reminder of the moment she lost her only son. Get out of my car. Now." That's not how this works, James. I'm not really here, you see. Not in any way you can touch or remove. I'm just a messenger, a courtesy call, you might say. The recording continued for another 23 minutes. The voice described the funeral arrangements, the weather that day, the exact number of people who would attend. She named cousins Martinez hadn't seen in years, detailed the color of his mother's dress, even quoted verbatim from the eulogy his captain would deliver. When the voice finally fell silent, the only sound was Martinez's ragged breathing and the soft patter of rain on the patrol car's roof. "Why?" he finally asked. "Why tell me this?" "Because knowledge is a gift, James. What you do with it, well, that's the interesting part." The recording ended there, dissolving back into static. I sat back in my chair, the implications hitting me like a physical weight. "When was this recorded?" 3 weeks ago, Martinez whispered. "I've requested transfer to desk duty, changed my shifts, even called in sick a few times, but I can't stop thinking about it. I ran every analysis I could think of: voice pattern recognition, frequency analysis, digital artifact detection. The recording was clean, no signs of tampering or manipulation. The conversation was as real as any I'd ever examined. "Have you told anyone else about this?" Martinez shook his head. "Who would believe me? A rookie cop having a conversation with a ghost about his own death? I'd be pulled off duty for psych evaluation." He had a point. I'd worked hundreds of cases, cleaned up thousands of hours of recordings. This was different. This was impossible. "Look," I said, choosing my words carefully, "maybe we should talk to someone. There are experts in unusual phenomena, people who study this kind of thing." "You mean paranormal researchers?" He laughed bitterly. "I didn't believe in any of that before this. Still don't want to. But what other explanation is there?" I didn't have an answer for him. Instead, I made him a copy of the cleaned up audio and promised to keep digging. Maybe there was something we'd missed, some rational explanation that would make sense of it all. For the next 2 months, I became obsessed with the case. I researched similar incidents, consulted with audio experts, even reached out to a professor of parapsychology under the guise of a theoretical question. Nothing helped make sense of what we'd heard. Martinez stopped by my office regularly, looking more haggard each time. He'd moved in with his mother, changed his routine, done everything he could think of to avoid the fate described in the recording. But the weight of knowledge was crushing him. "I see that intersection every time I close my eyes," he told me during one visit. "I dream about the crash, about my mother finding that scratch on her floor. Sometimes I think I'm going crazy." "Maybe you should leave town," I suggested. "Take an extended vacation. Get away from all this." He shook his head. "Running won't help. Whatever this is, it found me once. Who's to say it won't find me somewhere else?" The days crept by. I threw myself into work, taking on extra cases to distract from the growing sense of dread. Martinez's visits became less frequent as he withdrew into himself. The few times I saw him in the hallway, he looked like a man walking to his execution. Then came the storm. The first real autumn storm, just as the voice had predicted. I was working late, cleaning up audio from a robbery investigation, when the rain started, a heavy, persistent downpour that drummed against my office window. My phone rang at 9:22 p.m. It was dispatch. Officer James Martinez had been involved in a single-vehicle accident at the intersection of Palmer Road and 43rd Street while responding to a domestic disturbance call. Emergency services were on scene. No other vehicles were involved. I sat in my dark office listening to the rain for a long time after that call. Eventually, I pulled up the original recording and played it again, though I knew every word by heart. "Because knowledge is a gift, James. What you do with it, well, that's the interesting part." The official investigation ruled it an accident caused by poor visibility and wet road conditions. The family minivan mentioned in the recording was found to be a coincidence. It had run the red light moments before Martinez's arrival, leaving only tire tracks in the rain-slicked intersection as evidence of its presence. Everything happened exactly as described. The time of death, the mother's dropped glass, the scratch on her kitchen floor. Even the funeral matched the recording detail for detail, down to the color of the flowers and the exact words of the captain's eulogy. I attended that funeral, standing at the back of the crowded church, watching Martinez's mother trace her fingers over the silver crucifix she wore, just as the voice had said she would. The rain fell softly outside, a gentle whisper against the stained glass windows, and I couldn't help but wonder about the nature of fate and free will. The USB drive with the original recording disappeared from evidence storage a week later. The backup copy I'd made became corrupted, filling my computer screen with static when I tried to play it. Soon, all that remained were my notes and the memory of that impossible conversation. I still work IT forensics for the department, still clean up dashboard camera recordings and security footage. But something changed after the Martinez case. Now, whenever I pull up a new file, I find myself listening not just for evidence of crimes, but for other voices hiding in the static. Voices that speak of things that haven't happened yet, but will. Because here's the thing about knowledge. Once you have it, you can't unknow it. And sometimes, late at night when the rain is falling and the servers hum their endless white noise symphony, I swear I can hear a voice, gentle, feminine, with an accent I still can't quite place, waiting to tell me what happens next. But I never clean up those recordings. Some knowledge is better left buried in the static. How to summon the Butter Street hitchhiker. There's an urban legend in my hometown about a hitchhiker on Butter Street that will appear if you follow a series of instructions. Once summoned, you drive him to his destination, and if you play the game right, He will answer an unknowable question for you. If you play it wrong, well, just don't play it wrong. There's an old gravel pit at the end of Butter Street. The water there is the deepest blue. It's almost like staring into the ocean. That's how deep it is. More than one car over the years has been dredged up from the depths there. Officially, these drivers all fell asleep at the wheel. But unofficially, the deaths from cars careening off the road into the gravel pit during the wee hours of the night only add more veracity to the urban legend. They were the poor souls who broke the hitchhiker's rules. So far, no one has pinpointed the origin of the legend. I've reached out to the local historical society and searched through newspaper archives in the local library and haven't found any mentions of the hitchhiker. It's a modern piece of folklore passed around coffee shops and diners in the early morning hours until it eventually made its way to high school cafeterias. It wasn't until someone posted about the hitchhiker on a local Facebook group that people began sharing their experiences and the rules of how to summon him. But as more people shared their experiences, the details about the hitchhiker varied from person to person. His clothes have switched up over the years, growing more modern. His speech doesn't reflect any particular time period either. No mannerisms or 23 skidoo phrases to help date him. Sometimes he's in his late teens, sometimes he's much older. Even with these differences, everyone who claimed to have summoned the hitchhiker swears that he was real. The only common thread in all of the stories of the hitchhiker is that he's always wet when he enters the car, followed by what were always his first words to the driver. "It's a bad night for rain." To which you reply, "Is there ever a good night?" He laughs, and that's when you know you're playing the game. But I'm getting ahead of myself. I should go back to how I got him in the car. The game starts by turning your car on exactly at midnight. Where doesn't matter, only when. And once the car is on, you can't get out, nor can you let anyone else in. Just you, in your car, at midnight. What comes next is a lot of waiting, because you have to be at the pickup point on Butter Street at exactly 3 a.m. That's right, 3 hours in the car. Those are the rules. With 3 hours to kill, a lot of people show up early and just cruise the road so they can time getting to the pickup spot at exactly 3 a.m. But as the urban legend has grown in popularity, the local police will pull you over if they see your car circle back down Butter Street more than once. The local cops all know the rules, so if they pull you over, they'll have you turn off your car and get out of the vehicle, thus ending the game. On the night I decided to summon him, I filled up my car at the gas station at 11:45, then went in and took advantage of the facilities to ensure I wouldn't need to make any pit stops before 3 a.m. Then I waited in the parking lot until it was exactly midnight and started up my car. I should add that it doesn't matter what type of car you drive, but a 4-door car is preferred over a 2-door or a pickup. You don't want to look directly at the hitchhiker, not until the end of the trip. That's much easier to do if he's sitting in the back seat versus sitting beside you. I drove in a big loop around the county until it was time to head to the pickup, avoiding any of the known police traps to keep from having to try again another night. I kept my maps program running on my phone so I knew exactly what time I had to make my way to Butter Street. I can't imagine how difficult it was to be an urban legend hunter before real-time GPS maps. Side note, you can play with the radio on or off. It has no impact on the hitchhiker. Radio on is preferred if you choose not to engage him. He can get quite loud and belligerent if you won't talk to him. I pulled up to the pickup spot, stopped the car, and then followed the summoning instructions. The rules posted online had small variations, but attempts that contained the following actions had the highest rate of success. Leave the car on and in drive, but engage the emergency brake. Turn off everything but the car. Lights, air conditioning, radio, phone. Unlock the car doors 3 times. Roll down all the windows. Press the brake pedal 3 times. Turn the headlights back on. Wait 3 minutes. If he's not there by 3:03 a.m., then you did something wrong. With the lights off, I noticed a fog rolling in. Whether it was part of the ritual or not, I don't know, but it added a creepy aesthetic to waiting on a dark road at 3 a.m. for a ghostly hitchhiker. Other than the idling of my Subaru, the road was still and quiet. I had even shallowed my breathing so I could listen for footsteps, giggling teenagers, other cars, but there was nothing. I never even heard the car door open. I only heard it shut. "It's a bad night for rain," a voice said from the back seat. I felt every hair on my body stand up as a chill ran up the back of my neck. Over my stuttered breathing, I could hear the steady drip of water from his pant leg hitting his shoe. I didn't turn around, but I stole a peek in the rearview mirror. He wasn't a big guy, maybe my height. He was dressed in a white Dr. Dre The Chronic t-shirt, a red windbreaker, and what looked like dark denim jeans. The rules said the mirror was fine as long as you didn't turn the lights on in the car. But never look him directly in the face, not until he's out of the car and ready to answer your question. I gathered up my courage to reply back, but the words stuck in my throat. I cleared and tried again. "Is there ever a good night?" A pause as I stared back in the mirror at the shape in my back seat. I held my breath, waiting. Then, after what felt like ages, I saw his hand slap against his wet knee as he laughed. I let out the breath I was holding as I disengaged the parking brake. "Hold up, put your wipers on, champ," he said. "With all that rain, you won't see the road." This was a scripted reply, part of the game. "Right, sorry." Also a scripted response. Despite his insistence on the rain, it was bone dry outside. Per the rules, I turned on my windshield wipers, setting them to their fastest setting. He settled back against the seat, laying his arm across the back window. "Mind if I turn on the radio?" I asked. This wasn't part of the game, but I figured it was best to ask and be polite. "It's your ride," he said. His voice was a smooth baritone. "One request, no country, please." "Sure thing," I answered. I put on a local top 40 station. I pulled back onto the road just as the clock hit 3:03. I stole looks in the rearview mirror as often as I felt comfortable while still keeping the car on the road. Luckily, this part of Butter Street was pretty straight, and not a lot of traffic. From his voice and the hand tapping against the wet knee in the back seat, I could tell he was a black man, maybe mid-20s, and dressed like he came straight from 1996. Nothing like any of the descriptions I read on the Facebook post about the hitchhiker. "Where you headed?" I asked. This was a scripted part of the game. "I'm headed to see my girl. I worked the late shift tonight. Thought I'd pop in to surprise her." His response to this question was always different. That, coupled with the fact that the appearance of the hitchhiker seemed to shift, led many to believe that it's not the same spirit every time. I pulled up at the stop sign at the end of Butter Street. "Yeah, you want to make a right here," he said. I followed his orders, turning right. Other than following them, the destination and directions were irrelevant. The ride goes until 3:33 a.m. when he tells you to pull over. "So what's your story, man?" he asked. A scripted prompt, but how you reply was completely up to you. Some have ignored talking to him altogether, which apparently is not recommended. Some have shared a little out of politeness. Others have talked right up until drop-off time, filling the air with their own words. The more you talk to him, the more he talks back. It doesn't impact the game, it just makes the journey a little more interesting. Even though I'm driving a ghost, his voice is disarming, making him easy to talk to. I have a day job that pays the bills, just boring office stuff, but in my spare time I like to explore urban legends and haunted places. Go out looking for proof of life after death. Ah, for real? Damn, that sounds spooky as hell. Unscripted reply. He leaned forward, putting his elbows on his knees. In the rearview mirror, I could see the sleeves of his windbreaker were shredded. What's the scariest thing you've seen? Take a right up here. Unscripted. I wanted to say, besides this, but I held my tongue. All indications from everyone who has played the Hitchhiker's game say that he was unaware of his situation. He's just a passenger getting a ride to his destination. Attempts to get him to recognize his ghostly predicament do not go well, so I do not advise bringing it to his attention. I took the next right as I continued my story. About 2 years ago, I was on an overnight ghost hunt at the Ohio State Reformatory. It's an old prison up in Mansfield, where they filmed Shawshank Redemption, I said. I figured if he was from the 90s, he might remember the movie. So there's a group of 6 of us on the tour, and we're over in the administration wing, and I felt this hand press into my back, like it was guiding me forward. Oh, hell no, my ass would be gone up out of there, I ain't even playing. Unscripted response. It's about this time that I realized that all of the street lights were off. Not just the lights on the streets. Everything was dark. Granted, it was the middle of the night, but we drove past a Taco Bell that was open 20 minutes ago when I passed by on my way to Butter Street. Now it was completely dark. Not a single car in the parking lot. That's the second thing I noticed. No cars. We've driven 15 minutes without passing a single car. Not only were there no cars on the road, there weren't any cars in any driveways or parking lots. As we rolled by a Ford dealership, the entire lot was empty. It's like we'd stepped completely out of reality into a different one. So what did you do? Unscripted. I've got his interest, apparently. I continued the story. I turn and look, and no one is behind me, but I can smell rose-scented perfume. Apparently one of the ghosts there is the wife of the warden. She was killed when the warden's gun went off by accident. It fell out of the closet, went off, and shot her in the lung. That is crazy, man. But I can feel why she might be hanging around still, you know what I'm saying? Like she's got some unfinished business and shit because her life was cut short like that. We rode in silence for a bit. I don't know for how long. I tried looking back at him in the mirror, but he hung to the shadows. Then I felt his cold breath against my neck, sending shivers up my spine. Could you imagine what that's like? He said. Unscripted. What do you mean? I replied, also unscripted. Having your life cut short like that due to the careless act of another human being? That's pretty messed up. Unscripted. My heart thudded against my chest. Did I mess up? Did I not follow the rules? Did he... He laughed and sat back in his seat. I'm just playing, man. You need to relax. I felt his hands gripping my shoulders, giving them a little rub. They were cold as ice. He patted my shoulder and sat back. I felt a trickle of water go down my back from the cold, wet spots on my shoulder where he grabbed me. Oh, this right, coming up. He leaned forward, pointing at the road. His skin was ashy and his thumbnail was split to the nail bed. The smell of wet loam wafted into the front of the cabin. I made the turn. I peeked at the clock on my dashboard and saw it was 3:29, only 4 minutes to go. "You got any family?" he asked. Scripted. I felt my heart leave my throat and drop back into my chest. We were back on script. "I used to. Just me now." "That's tough, I know. Before my girl, I was all alone. I don't know what I'd do if I didn't have her. Life would be just empty." Unscripted. A quiet stillness followed, like he was hit by a pang of remorse. For a moment it was so quiet I wasn't sure if he was still back there, but then I felt his wet, cold hand clap me on my shoulder. "But don't worry, man. You seem like an okay dude going out of your way to help a young man like myself on a rainy night like this. I'm sure you'll find someone. Just takes time." Unscripted. We rode in silence as I stole glances down at the clock on the dash. As soon as the time flipped to 3:33 a.m., I heard his weight shift as he leaned forward. "Oh, this is me up here." He pointed to a spot up the road. There was nothing there, no house or driveway, not even a place to pull off. I pulled the car onto the shoulder and eased to a stop. Just like when picking him up, I turned off the lights, radio, and engaged the parking brake, leaving the car in drive. You don't have to bother with the locking and unlocking 3 times, or the business with the brake pedal. Just unlock. Also, and this was very important, don't watch him get out. Don't look at him in the rearview mirror. Don't do anything but look down at your hands on the steering wheel. Keep them on the wheel, 10 and 2. And wait. This time I heard the car door open and slam shut. I could also hear the sound of his shoes against the gravel as he walked around the front of the car to the driver's side. I wanted to look up, but I managed to fight the urge by counting the seams on the steering wheel. "Thanks for the ride. Do you have a question for me?" he asked. Scripted. It was still his voice, but unlike our previous conversation, it was completely devoid of personality or emotion. Once you completed the ride, you were allowed to ask him a question. It has to be something personal but unknowable. You can't ask for lottery numbers or things like that. People have supposedly asked about locations of lost heirlooms, the exact date and time of their death, the fate of long-lost relatives, all sorts of personal questions they'd have no other way of knowing. For the second time that night, the words failed to leave my throat. I took a deep breath and swallowed. "Is she at peace?" I asked. Then without thinking, I added, "Does she blame me?" My words were barely above a whisper, but I knew he heard me. "After you ask, then and only then are you allowed to look directly at him." So I did. I felt all the color drain from my face as I looked up. The hitchhiker had no face at all, only 2 shiny black spots where his eyes should be. He had no mouth, no nose, nothing else. Just 2 quarter-size black pools of what looked like liquid ink where his eyes should be, and they reflected every star in the sky. I couldn't look away from those eyes, even though I very much wanted to. "That's 2 questions, my friend," he replied, unscripted. My heart jumped back into my throat. I broke the rules. I messed up. I asked 2 questions. I was paralyzed, staring up into his face. I sat looking up at him for what felt like hours. I pulled back a little as his hands moved up to the sides of his face, just under his ears. I thought for a moment he might rip off his false face and reveal another, more terrifying one. He didn't remove his face. Instead, he pulled his hoodie up over his head, returning his empty face to the shadows. "But since you were kind enough to save me from walking all this way in the rain, I'll answer you." Unscripted. Before I could exhale a sigh of relief, he gripped the door frame and leaned down so I was staring directly into his empty eyes. "She's not at peace." And she does blame you. Even with the hood up, I could still see every last star in the night sky in those inky black pools. I can't fully capture what I saw in them. It was like staring at both vast infiniteness and vast nothingness. They held everything and nothing at the same time. His eyes, they were like staring into eternity. As he stood up from the window, I let out the breath I was holding. My hands shook as I pulled them off the steering wheel. Drive safe. Scripted reply. The last thing he says before he leaves. He walked away behind the car. You can watch him walk in the rearview mirror, but don't turn around or get out or try to follow him. I watched until he disappeared into the darkness and waited until I could no longer hear his footsteps against the gravel. When I turned on my headlights, I realized I was back on Butter Street, parked on the side of the road next to the drop-off for the gravel pit. This was always where you ended up after the hitchhiker leaves. All I had to do was release the parking brake and the car would roll towards the drop-off, gaining speed until it launched off the cliff into the deep blue water waiting below. I don't know how long I sat there with my hand on the parking brake release, contemplating his answer to my question. But then, I saw them. Headlights. A car was coming up the road towards me. The cars were back, as were the streetlights and house lights. I was back from wherever the hitchhiker took me. I locked eyes with the driver as they drove by, having one of those weird moments where time seems to slow down. It was enough to jolt me back to reality. I released the parking brake and aimed my car back onto the road. I got home a little after 5 a.m. I tried to sleep but was too worked up from my adventure, so I called in sick. I laid in bed all day, thinking about the hitchhiker, his words, and all those cars that end up in the gravel pit on Butter Street. Maybe those cars aren't from people who played the game wrong. Maybe they all played it right, but couldn't handle his response to their question. It's been 3 days since I picked up the hitchhiker. I can still smell the wet loam in my car, and his muddy footprints in the floorboard of the back seat are still there. As I write this, I look up from my monitor and look at the photo of my Abigail, taken 2 weeks before she died. She's beautiful, smiling, and happy. She's not at peace, and she does blame you. It's my favorite photo of her. I think I'll take it with me when I take a drive later tonight. I'm going back to see the hitchhiker. I have a hunch, and I don't know if it's relevant, but I feel it's important to share with anyone reading this that I'm wearing a gray Adidas hoodie and jeans. If somebody out there reading this picks up the hitchhiker later on and sees something similar and get in their back seat, well, then I guess we've solved part of the mystery. If you do pick up the hitchhiker, I hope you get the answer you're searching for. As I look outside, the skies are cloudy, but I hope the weather holds up for a drive later. It's a bad night for rain.